Good morning. If everyone can go ahead and find their seats. It's so fun to hear the noise level in the room and the kind of like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in so long. So it's fun to hear that. So my name is Deb Van Dyke Reese, and I am the director of the Nebraska Court Improvement Project. And it is my pleasure to welcome everyone, both here in person and virtually, to our Project Embrace lecture series. We have been on the road. Last week, we were in North Platte and Hastings. Yesterday, we were in South Sioux City, and we are finishing our lecture series today in Lincoln and virtually. So we have learned some things along the way. So as I say, each time we do this, we get a little more new and improved. So you get hopefully the best of all of them. So, but before I introduce a couple of people, I did want to do a few housekeeping things. So there is coffee, tea, all those kinds of things in the back. The bathrooms are past the registration desk and on the left. And you all should have picked up a red binder or a red folder that has the agenda in it and other additional materials. All of the PowerPoint presentations are available on the CIP website. And then you will be getting an evaluation at the end of the day, just to give us some feedback on how you felt the whole conference went. So we really appreciate that feedback so we can make sure that future conferences and lecture series and education is relevant to those that we are hoping to serve. Before I introduce Judge White for opening comments, I really wanted to introduce Amy Youngworth. So Amy is, she is a MSW student with Nebraska Wesleyan University, and this has been her project. She has put together the conference. I helped to identify the speakers. Really, for those of you who have put a conference together, you know all the details that go into putting a conference together, and this has been her project. And so and she will be kind of the MC for today, introducing the other speakers and kind of guiding the activities. But before we do anything further, I want everyone to give her a huge round of applause for all of her work. And tomorrow is her last day with CIP, so I'm very sad because she has really become a major part of our team, and we will miss her, but she has done a great job. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Judge White, who is she was appointed to the separate juvenile court of Lancaster County in April of 2020. Judge White previously worked as a law clerk and went on to found White Law Office. She also serves as the alternate chairperson for the Lancaster County Mental Health Board. Additionally, Judge White spearheaded the establishment of the Safe and Healthy Families Court as a problem-solving court in Lancaster County in 2022. And Judge White holds a Bachelor of Arts in English from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and a Juris Doctorate from the University of Nebraska College of Law. So if everyone can please give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Deb, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to a rainy morning in Lincoln. I, like many of you, left my umbrella at the office and decided to walk over, but good news is I'm only part witch, so I did not melt. As Deb said, I'm Elise White, judge of the separate juvenile court of Lancaster County, and I'm the co-lead of the Lancaster County Through the Eyes of the Child team. It's my pleasure to welcome you this morning, and thank you for coming. The Adoption and Foster Care Analysis and Reporting System compiled data from the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. This data shows that infants who are birth to age 1 and young children aged 2 to 5 have a higher incidence of having a screened in report of maltreatment, are entering foster care at higher rates, and are slower to leave the foster care system to a permanent home when compared to children ages 6 and older. This is why the 2023 Project Embrace lecture series focuses on the youngest children in our communities and courtrooms, because we can all do better. Building on the vast body of research of early childhood development and highlighting local services and supports for young children and their parents, our goal for you all is to leave today with tools for informed decision-making for vulnerable infants and young children. But we don't intend to focus only on families already in juvenile court, because meeting the needs of families in the community prior to court involvement provides an opportunity to keep children safe and families intact. I want to thank the Nebraska Department of Education, Office of Special Education, for awarding the Nebraska Court Improvement Project funding to support the Project Embrace lecture series in the 4 locations across the state. Thank you all for being here today and for all the work that each and every one of you do in your own communities. Working with families to identify their needs and connect them to resources often forces us to find creative solutions to difficult situations. I challenge you to take the information you learned today to help make a positive impact on the infants, young children, and families you work with. I also challenge those of you who are part of a Through the Eyes of the Child team to bring your attention to the unique needs of infants and young children in your local teams. Thank you all for being here, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Judge White. All right. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to work on this morning, in your red folder at the very top, is a case scenario. It's in that big packet, but it's the first sheet. So we've tried to mix you up a little bit this morning. This was the purpose of the colored tables. So that we can get other perspectives and have really good conversation at our tables about the topics that we're discussing today. So we're going to start with this case scenario 1. Please read through it and then go ahead and introduce yourself to the people at your table and work through some of those questions. If you are at a table by yourself, or maybe there's only 2 of you, you can always team up with another table as well. So totally up to you. All right, we'll take about 10 minutes for this discussion. Did anyone have any big takeaways that they would like to share with the group? I know this is a big group today. Oh, yeah. Where is the dad? That's a great question. That's some information we still need to gather. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good question. In other groups, we've also talked about how other family members feel about this arrangement, right? Are they happy to help out or not so much? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we will learn more about this family as we go along today. So hopefully we can use that to ask some more questions and also use the presentations to inform our conversations as well. Any other takeaways? Yeah. That's a great question. Yeah, mental health in the home. Can you say one more time? Oh, okay. I will repeat more. Yes, no problem. Oh, gotcha. Are there intellectual deficits? Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's always reason for behavior. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's a lot of information we still need to gather. Okay, Lord. That's a great question, right? Yeah, did the bio mom give any official responsibility to the grandmother, like with the medical records, access to that, being able to take the baby to childcare if needed?
We have a question online.
Yeah,
Now it's moved.
this is cool. We've got the virtual option today too.
One was, why couldn't the care plan be completed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Where is the dad? Yeah. Is he involved? We don't know yet. All right. Okay. Well, we'll have time for more discussion about this as we move through today. Thank you all so much for being brave and talking in front of everybody. All right. I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Julia Torquati. She's a professor in the Department of Child, Youth, and Family Studies at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, as well as the Buffett Early Child Institute Community Chair in Infant Mental Health. She teaches classes on infant development, infant mental health, parent-child relationships, and child development. Dr. Torquati also conducts research on how young children's relationships and their interactions with nature support their development. So please join me in welcoming Julia.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you all for being here today and your dedication to young children and their well-being. Okay, let's. Get the technology fairies working here. Oh, sure. Next slide, please. That works. Maybe. Abracadabra. I have magic. Okay, so what are we going to do today? Our focus is going to be on understanding what infant mental health, infant and early childhood mental health is, how it develops. Awesome. Thank you so much. Threats to infant and early childhood mental health and how we can support young children's mental health. So just to begin with a common understanding of what it is, according to 0 to 3, infant mental health is developing capacity of a child from birth to 3 years of age to experience, express, and regulate emotions, an important developmental task, to form and participate in positive relationships, and to explore and learn about the world. And the balance of these three really supports health and development across the lifespan, but especially sets a foundation for mental health across the lifespan. And I should mention that I've been saying infant and early childhood. Sometimes we just say infant mental health. And the period of infancy is typically considered birth to 3 years of age, but we really are talking about birth through 8 years of age to encompass all of early childhood. So, of course, we want children to have a healthy and happy early childhood, but we're also concerned about the child's well-being in the present and their well-being in the future. And so, considering what this means for what the child is doing developmentally in early childhood and what that portends or predicts for adolescence and adulthood, in early childhood, kids are learning to recognize and understand their own and each other's emotions, how to manage those strong emotions, and how to express emotions in constructive ways. And they have lots of opportunities to do that. Think about a 2-year-old and all of the emotions they express, and 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. They learn how to regulate their behavior. And so to, be able to control impulses, to empathize with others, to understand other people's feelings and care about that. and to build and sustain positive relationships with their age mates, siblings, peers, other adults. So what this leads to and predicts in adolescence and adulthood is all kinds of good things. So emotional well-being, mental health, healthy relationships, and even academic and professional well-being. These characteristics or dimensions of what we consider to be social and emotional development in early childhood are robust predictors of well-being in adulthood. So how does it develop? Well, it develops in the context of relationships. And in fact, the American Academy of Pediatrics has adopted the term stable, safe, nurturing relationships, so SSNR, because of the importance of safe, stable, nurturing relationships, not only to children's mental health, but also to their physical health. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes when we talk about the disruption of mental health. And so attachment relationships are really at the core of infant and early childhood mental health. And I'm sure that a lot of you are familiar with attachment theory and research. And so this will probably be just a review for many of you. But if it's been a while, attachment theory is really based in evolutionary theory to promote survival, because of course we want our little ones to stay close so that they're physically safe, right? But attachment is more than that, because young children need to feel emotionally safe as well and socially safe. And so that tendency to seek proximity and be close to the caregiver promotes that felt security. And it's a way of seeking that sense of comfort and security that also keeps them physically safe as well. But attachment really involves a balance of proximity seeking and exploration, because exploring is how kids learn. Okay. As soon as a child is mobile, what do? Everything. And that's their job. We want to see them do that. And the big challenge for caregivers, when children are newly mobile and even, beyond that, is to make sure that they can explore in some safe ways. Unfortunately, we sometimes have to take them places where there are prohibitions or things you don't want them getting into. So just imagine sitting in a pediatrician's office and, you're in the little room and they're playing with the stirrups and all over the place and opening the drawers. And it's what they do. It's what they need to do. They are so hungry to learn about and understand the world. But they're also hungry to learn about and understand relationships with other people too. So they're exploring the physical world and the social world, and they want to learn about that. But it's also important to understand that attachment is selective. We can have a lot of close relationships in our lives, but not all of them are attachments. Because the key characteristic of an attachment relationship is that person helps you feel secure and safe. And so if you're wondering who your attachment figures might be, and it's always a small number, think about the people that you want to be with or call when something really upsetting happens, or when you're sick, or who you want to share really good news with first. Those are your attachment figures. And I'll refer to caregiver and attachment figure throughout this presentation, and occasionally mother, because the early research was really on mothers. But anyone can be an attachment figure. It can be an extended family member. It can be a child care provider, early educator, teacher. The important thing is that the child has to have frequent, regular, predictable contact with that person to develop that relationship. So it's important for survival and well-being. And just to take a little bit of a historical journey here, it was not so very long ago when adults thought that there wasn't a whole lot going on in babies' heads and even their hearts, for that matter, that, basically what you needed to do was feed them and change their diapers and, make sure that they are clean and physically healthy. And eventually they'll get to the point where they can talk to you and tell you what's going on. We now know that there's a whole lot going on with infants. They are making sense of the world from the jump. Okay. But during World War II, Dr. Renee Spitz was observing infants in orphanages, infants and young children, and their physical needs were met, They certainly were deprived in terms of cognitive stimulation, but they spent most of their days, in cribs and confined, and not a lot of one-on-one interactions. And Dr. Spitz observed these were the first observations of failure to thrive syndrome. And so observing children who didn't have that everyday caregiving relationship was the first time to systematically really say, this is essential for survival. What do we do here? And they actually implemented some very minor interventions like holding babies while you feed them and saw some improvements. And so that was really the beginning of systematically investigating what we now refer to as attachment. And following on that, after World War II, Dr. John Bowlby was observing children in hospitals. And that was a time when parents couldn't go to hospitals with children. So if a child had to go to a hospital for a procedure, they were by themselves. And so he would observe their behavior over time in the hospital and then what would happen when the parent would come. And was really sort of surprised and puzzled as well that sometimes, the children were exhibiting symptoms of depression, but sometimes they would be angry at the parent. Sometimes they would be withdrawn. Sometimes they wouldn't acknowledge the parent. There were all different kinds of responses that were sort of unexpected and required further investigation in order to understand that. And then, of course, Dr. Mary Ainsworth and her Baltimore study, she conducted in-depth home observations of 26 mother-child dyads over the first year of life. And each one of those dyads had somewhere between 69 and 72 hours of observation. And she really tried to, distribute that throughout the first year of life to be able to document the emerging relationship and what their interactions looked like. And then when the babies were 1 year old, she devised the strange situation procedure to take them into a laboratory and introduce them to a situation that was new and observe how they interacted with their caregivers. And the reason that it's a strange situation is because, according to attachment theory, the attachment system's activated when there's some kind of a threat or something new. Okay. The other thing that she studied during these home observations was infant crying. And some of you in this room might remember when it was sort of common theory that if you pick up a baby when they're crying, they're going to cry more. And this was sort of the behaviorism heyday, some Dr. Spock, 1960s, 70s, 80s. Even now, some people think that if you pick up a baby too much, that you're going to spoil them. And if you pick them up when they cry, that they're going to cry more. Well, the data that Dr. Ainsworth gathered refuted this notion, this hypothesis that if you pick up a baby, they're going to cry more, because what we have here is the frequency of crying in each quarter of the first year along the y-axis on the left. And we have how many of those are the frequency of the crying episodes ignored by the mother on the x-axis on the right. And what we have circled in red here is the correlation between those. And so the more mother ignores baby, the more baby cries. And so behaviorism wasn't it. It's not just a matter of reinforcing behavior, right? The baby is communicating. The baby is communicating. And how the mother responds, how the caregiver attachment figure responds matters. And so here are the organization of the strange situation. It is these 7 different epochs that are, 2 to 3 minutes long. And it's designed to be increasing in stress for each one of these episodes. And so in the first episode, the mother and the infant are in a playroom alone. And I mentioned the balance between proximity seeking and exploration. This playroom has attractive toys in it. And so there's a big desire to play and explore. But it's also a new place, so the infant has to kind of navigate that desire to be with the parent as well as the desire to explore those toys. Now, after a couple of minutes, a stranger comes in and sits down and doesn't say anything, but reads a magazine for a minute and then greets the mom. And the stranger is usually a young woman. So roughly the mother's age, female, probably a graduate assistant. But you don't want to have, for example, a man with a beard be the stranger, because you're going to have a completely different situation there. You want that stranger to be somebody who is generally approachable and friendly to most kids. So someone who looks like, seems like mom. And then they talk for a few minutes and then the parent leaves. And kids have all different kinds of responses when the parent leaves. Some of them cry, some of them sort of shut down, look down. They might crawl towards the door. They're mobile at this point. They might try to get the stranger to go to the door and take them to the mom. But then what is really telling is when the parent returns and the stranger leaves, it's important to look at what happens in that reunion, that first reunion episode. Does the child greet the mother with open arms and enthusiastically? Do they seem comforted by what the mother offers? Or do they really stay fussy? They can't quite be consoled. Because what the baby's showing you is what their expectations have been in that first year of life and what their experiences are. They're using the past to predict the future. And here's where the fact that we understand that children are creating these representations, memories, predictions in their minds from the very beginning. So they're looking at the patterns of caregiving and they're predicting what I can expect from this caregiver. So after the parent returns, they play again, or they settle for about, another 3 minutes. Sometimes the baby calms enough that they're going to go explore again. Sometimes they might stay a little closer to mom because after all, she just left. What's she going to do now? But then the parent leaves again and the infant is alone. So this is more stressful and the stranger returns. You want to be able to see that the interaction with the stranger is different than the interaction with the mom. And that's why there's a stranger to begin with. The child might accept some comforting from the stranger, but it's not going to be the same as the comforting from the mom. They might be a little bit stiff. They might look away from the stranger, but allow them to pick them up. But then when mom comes back, they may wrap their arms around and sort of melt into her. And that's where the true comfort is. So this does a couple of things. It really distinguishes between who is an attachment figure and who is not an attachment figure. Because this person might be able to stand in for a little something, but they're not the attachment figure. But then also, what is that child expecting from the parent? And I should say that all children who have all different styles of attachment can cry. So it's not just crying. Crying in and of itself is an expression of emotion and it's communication. But that's not really part of what we're looking at. It's really about the child's ability to be comforted by the parent and to seek their contact. And then hopefully balance that with their exploration. And so the key question here is about security. Does the child feel secure in the presence of that caregiver? Do they feel comfortable? Are they able to be comforted and consoled when they're distressed? And then can they use that caregiver as a secure base to explore the world because they know the caregiver's there if needed? And so there are all kinds of parenting dimensions, playfulness, teaching, providing boundaries, guidance. But attachment is really about security. And so when a child has a representation and understanding of their caregiver as being responsive and available, that's what we call a secure attachment. So from all of this work, Main, Kaplan, and Cassidy proposed the conceptualization of an internal working model. And this is something that cognitive scientists have done for years. What is a cognitive model or a representation? It's an idea. It's a concept. But the internal working model of relationships is really the child's representation of themselves, both individually and in the relationship. So who am I? It's a representation of the attachment figure or the other. It's a representation of their relationship. What can I expect? What does our relationship look like usually? And a representation of the social world. And so this is pretty sophisticated, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that really by 12 months of life, you can begin to assess what that looks like, how the child is perceiving themselves and others in relationships. And so I just want to walk through what that conceptualization might look like for both secure and insecure young children. And so for the secure child, and this is the left column, if they have experienced consistent responsive caregiving, and especially when they're distressed, they're going to have a perception of themselves as lovable, worthy of other people's love, and efficacious. And so what I mean by efficacious is that if I want to influence this relationship, I can have a positive effect. So from the early days, if I smiled or I cooed and you came closer and you smiled and you cooed at me, I can bring you close to me. I can bring you close to me by babbling. I can, when I cry, you're going to respond to me. There are all kinds of ways that I can bring you into relationship with me. And so that's what I mean by efficacious. And a child who feels efficacious then is more likely to approach other relationships in the same way. If I want to play with you, if you're, an infant or a young child my age, or even a sibling, and I want to play with you and I approach you and hand you a toy, I feel pretty confident that you're going to reciprocate in a positive way. So you can see how that lays the foundation for approach in other relationships. A secure child has experienced largely a predictable and positive relationship. And here I want to really emphasize that we're not talking about perfect parents. You don't have to be a perfect parent, and there aren't any of those. The child is really understanding the overall pattern, what I can expect on a regular basis. Parents can have a bad day. Sometimes they're tired, sometimes they're overwhelmed. But on the whole, here's what I can expect from my caregiver, from my person. And so then they develop this concept of their caregiver as somebody who's dependable, trustworthy, loving, and lovable. I know what to expect from this person, and that I generally translate that to the social world being a positive place. I'm much more willing to engage with others. Once I enter into group care and early schooling and those kinds of things, that I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with other people. And so the overall strategy here is that the attachment, it's selective because the attachment system's only activated if I'm distressed. I don't get, hugely emotionally aroused unless there is a good reason to, and seek my caregiver. The rest of the time, I can go about the business of being a baby, exploring the world. I have the freedom to do that because I know my caregiver's around and will be there for me. On the other hand, there were infants in the strange situation who seemed to not notice when the parent left to a certain extent, and maybe didn't quite face the parent fully and openly when they were playing, didn't obviously check in on the parent. And when the parent returned, they didn't seek immediate contact. And so these data were originally published in early 1970s. And so the behaviorists at the time proposed that, well, maybe these kids are just more independent and they don't need the parent as much. And that's why they're not approaching when the parent comes back. Well, subsequent research that gathered physiological data found that these kids were the most distressed of all. And they were suppressing their emotions and they were suppressing the urge to approach the caregiver. So their heart rate, respirations, galvanic skin response indicated that they were very upset. But because they had experienced a caregiving history that was consistently unresponsive, they were predicting that the parent wouldn't comfort them if they were distressed. And rejection is very painful. And so they avoided that by not seeking contact. And so their caregiving experiences were predictable, but fairly distant. And their understanding of the caregiver is that they're not there when you need them. And so their perspective on themselves was either I'm unlovable or I have to stand on my own. I'm on my own in this world. And so it's really sort of an overly independent self-concept for a very young child. Now, again, here I want to emphasize these aren't bad parents. What are some reasons that a parent might be consistently unresponsive?
They're in a state of stress themselves.
Absolutely. Thank you. They're in a state of stress themselves. And in fact, one of the longitudinal studies of attachment has been going for over 50 years now, found that the factor that predicted change from insecure to secure attachment from 12 to 24 months was decrease in mom's life stressors. So if you're really stressed, you don't have the cognitive and emotional capacity so much to be fully present with your child. And so there are a lot of reasons, so think about what might be going on in the parent's life and in the household, and the parent's own caregiving history, because there's a fair stability in intergenerational transmission. If your caregiver was fairly unresponsive, or even these notions of, we don't spoil kids, we have to be like this, and that it's sort of very businesslike in your parenting approach, that's what that's what you're going to do. And then the other major category is the insecure ambivalent category. And these are kids who've experienced inconsistently responsive behavior. Sometimes the parent's available, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're, they may be angry, very loving, but the bottom line is that they're unpredictable. And what are some of the other reasons that a parent can be unpredictable? Yeah, mental health, absolutely. What else over here? Physically, yeah. Physical health. Actually, I did my dissertation on homeless parent-child relationships and homeless families, and physical health was a really robust predictor of the quality of the relationship. And of course, we know that mental and physical health can be tightly intertwined as well. Family circumstances, domestic violence, addictions, whatever else is going on. And so a parent can be a very loving parent or love their child very much, but behave in a lot of different ways for a lot of different reasons. But what we know is that children within the first year of life are organizing their understanding of the world according to what they've experienced with their primary caregivers. And if they have two parents at home, they can be secure with one and insecure with another. It's based on the history with that particular caregiver. It's very specific. And so the strategy for the insecure ambivalent child is hyperactivation of the attachment system. If I don't know if you're going to be there, if I need you, I'm going to need to have information about that all the time. And I'm going to be hyper alert and I'm going to monitor you. And so what does that look like? It looks like sort of clingy. It looks sort of whiny. It looks sort of demanding. And that sort of carries across contexts too. And I'm not going to talk about the D here, which the disorganized, which is most commonly found in cases of abuse, trauma, and neglect, because I'll talk about that in a few minutes when I talk about disruptions of early childhood mental health. Did we stop responding again? Oh, here we go. Okay. So children use their attachment figures to learn about the world, and this is really important. So from the very beginning, joint attention. So you're both looking at the same thing together. You're playing with the same toy together and sharing that attention and talking about that. And from the very beginning, too, infants will look at where the caregiver's eyes are focused to know what that caregiver is talking about. And so this is the beginning of how language development happens too. They're looking at the caregiver. They're listening to what the caregiver is saying. They're looking at what the caregiver is looking at. And this begins to provide the foundation for theory of mind, or the idea that other people have thoughts and feelings and ideas that are different from my own. And I can't necessarily see or know what those are unless they tell me what they are. We know children have theory of mind when they can be deceptive, and they tend to play games around this. So theory of mind, typically by age 4, kids have a pretty solid idea, but when they hide something or play tricks that involve fooling someone, that's when they have theory of mind, because they know where the thing is they hid, but they know that the other person doesn't know where that thing is. But they view attachment figures as reliable sources of information. And so in the strange situation, when that stranger comes in, it's very typical for an infant to look directly at the caregiver's face. First thing, they're looking to see what the caregiver's response to that is. They want to see if the caregiver responds in a positive way that sort of suggests like, oh, this is a safe person, or if the caregiver looks concerned or alarmed. They rely on their caregivers as reliable sources of information about the world. And so that relationship is critically important because they see the caregiver as sort of their guide to how the world works. And they're especially attuned to the emotional valence of information. Emotion is the first language that children understand, and they are highly attuned to it. Emotion carries important information about safety and about a lot of other things that kids need to know. I mentioned the secure base for exploration, and this is, the understanding that my caregiver's there for me if I need them. So I am very happy to be learning about the social and physical world. And in terms of developmental benefits of attachment, as you can imagine, that secure base means that a child is able to engage in better exploratory competence, more complex play, and so forth. In the strange situation, the avoidant kids have the most sort of deprived exploratory competence. They may like tap toys together and those sorts of things, not a lot of complexity, because they are so consumed with monitoring the caregiver and suppressing their own inclination to approach the caregiver. And so it really undermines their ability to explore and learn. But children who are securely attached are better self-regulated. They're less emotionally reactive, so fewer big emotional responses. They can regulate better. They're more cooperative. They're more affectionate with others. They can cope with stress better. And they try harder and longer. They don't get frustrated as easily. They will persist at a task. And it's really interesting the way that sometimes this is measured in research paradigms, that there's sort of a puzzle box with a treat inside, and they'll work hard to get there. They're more empathic, just have better social skills. And then in the long term, they have lower risk for difficulties like depression, anxiety, substance abuse in adolescence and adulthood. So it really lays the foundation, secure attachment lays the foundation for mental health across the lifespan. In terms of culture, you might be wondering, okay, so Mary Ainsworth studied attachment in Baltimore. She actually also studied attachment in Africa. But at this point, attachment research has been carried out across the world, and the secure base phenomenon is universal. It looks different depending on where you are, because different cultures have different norms about, for example, carrying and closeness, and to what extent children spend time at all not in the presence of their caregiver. But the actual phenomenon of using the caregivers as a secure base to explore is universal. And there's also some cultural variations in the type of insecurity. And so typically around, this is the good news, the majority of infants and young children are assessed secure in the strange situation or in other assessments that have been developed for older children. It tends to be around 60 to 65%, with the remainder divided between the other two major insecure attachment categories. And so in some cultures, you might see more avoidance than resistance. And in some cultures, you might see more resistance than avoidance. But that secure proportion tends to be pretty consistent across cultures. So neurological development, brain development is important for both mental and physical health. And brains are built from the bottom up. So what that means is that new structures, so synapses and neurons, are built on established structures. And so what happens in the very beginning and laying that foundation is critically important. And so healthy brain development supports social development, so empathy, perspective taking, communication, self-regulation, which involves things like recognizing emotions and initiating behaviors and inhibiting behaviors. So what I mean by initiating is when you have to do something, when you have to clean up the toys, when you have to do a task, and then inhibiting, not doing the thing you want to do. And mental health. So things like the typical emotional valence, positive or negative in intensity that a person is experiencing, and their stress response system, as well as exploring the world and learning. But attachment is a big part of that and has some significant influence on it. But what do I mean by healthy brain development? Of course, so I talked about these healthy structures and the kinds of developmental tasks and phenomena that they're associated with. But two main things are attunement to the stress response system. Sometimes we refer to it as the HPA axis because it's how the brain communicates with stress hormones and that response and the feedback loops. And in healthy brain development, the HPA axis should be selectively activated by perceived threats. Okay, so when there's something to be concerned about, it's activated, but just on the regular day-to-day, not so much, so that you can do the other things you need to do. You can do that playing and exploring and all manner of things. You want the activation threshold of your stress response system to be not too high and not too low. Because if you have a low threshold, you're constantly aroused. You're constantly flooded with these stress hormones, which do a lot of damage. And think about how well can you function when you are having those sort of floods of stress hormones. We all sort of have those every once in a while. So you know what it feels like. And so imagine what it would be like if that was going on all the time. Really hard to function. But if your activation threshold is too low and you have a really blunted response, that's problematic as well, because then you're not responding to threats when you need to. And it also makes it more difficult for you to respond, for example, empathically to somebody else's needs or when someone else is distressed, because you have a more blunted response. The other major part of this to think about healthy brain development is the connectivity between brain regions. And so sometimes, people are really focused on what area of the brain is involved in what functions. And that's very true because each one of those regions needs to develop in a very healthy way, but they need to be connected with and communicate with each other. And so the prefrontal cortex, which is essentially the area behind your forehead, is involved in executive functions, emotion regulation, attachment, and its ability to communicate with the hypothalamus and the amygdala, which are involved in interpretation of emotions and threats. So the communication and connectivity between those regions is really important. And all of these things are influenced by experience. Infants are born with an open program, if you will, and experience guides the hardwiring of the neurological system. And so how does attachment influence that? Well, attachment figures help young children feel safe and be safe. And so when they're aroused and their stress response system is being aroused, it's then comforted. And over time, the fact that that system is activated and then deactivated sets the foundation for the child to be able to do that for themselves. Their system is not just activated and allowed to go, unsupported for long periods of time. And so that helps the child to be able to balance the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of their nervous system. So the sympathetic is what is activated when there's something that's highly arousing, whether that's something that's a threat or something that makes you sad, but it's generally an arousal state. And the parasympathetic is more of a calming state. And so that consistent calming helps the child to physiologically be able to balance those systems. Attachment also supports the development of the neural and endocrine architecture that's critical for self-regulation of emotions. So over time, as they're experiencing that, those structures are being built and strengthened, and synapses, connections between them are being strengthened. And then, of course, when a child is consistently calmed, the caregiver is helping the young child learn how to calm themselves, which eventually they're going to be able to do. But then just as a reminder, emotion is the first language that children understand. And so in a caregiving situation, if you want a child to be calm, their inclination is to mirror your emotions. And so regulating yourself and being calm is the most soothing thing for them. If the caregiver is getting upset because the child is upset, then everything is just going to keep escalating. And that's not constructive. So this is a really fun part, and I love this. Relationship processes support healthy brain development. Okay, so how many of you have experienced the magic of gazing into an infant's eyes? Okay, so it's absolutely magical. The rest of the world melts away. But I have to say it's also science too, because here's the thing. That mutual eye gaze activates the baby's prefrontal cortex. So that area of the brain that's involved in executive functions and attachment and self-regulation, recognition of emotions, communicating emotions, even facial recognition, inhibitory control and decision-making, and cognitive and behavioral flexibility. Mutual eye gaze stimulates that area of the brain. You are literally building a baby's brain when you're gazing into their eyes. How cool is that? Sign me up. And here's the other cool part. The areas of the parent's prefrontal cortex that are involved in mentalization and empathy and emotion regulation are also activated. When you have mutual eye gaze between a caregiver and an infant, you have neural synchrony. Just love that. It's so exciting. And both the eye gaze, but other warm and sensitive interactions stimulate a biochemical process in the baby's brain that promotes synaptogenesis. So building more connections and myelinization. So myelin is like the fatty coating that covers neurons. Think of it as electrical tape. So that ensures that electrical impulses go where they're supposed to and not someplace else. So that promotes efficiency in neural functioning. And it's as simple and elegant as, the eye gaze. So I want to introduce the idea of co-regulation. And so initially, of course, infants and young children are not able to self-regulate. And so co-regulation is the process where adults are scaffolding and supporting and helping them to regulate. And so Dr. Jack Shonkoff has written and talked a lot about serve and return using sort of a tennis analogy for interactional synchrony, where the child shows interest in something and the adult notices and builds on that. But it's essentially an initiate and a respond and initiate. In just everyday situations, which can be playful situations, but then also when the child is in need. And so, the need for comforting and the adult responds in kind. And when there are synchronous interactions, you actually, if you turn the sound down on a video, you can actually see that they're moving in synchrony. So the physical movement towards each other in a way or together in a particular direction. And taking conversational turns. So even before that child is verbal, to be able to take turns cooing, verbalizing, smiling, that's really setting the foundation for synchrony and interactions. And just by the way, too, that moving in synchrony with other people. So for example, dancing helps you feel closer to them. And so, used to be there were places to go and dance on Saturday nights. I'm not sure what happened there. Attachment security is essential for development of emotion regulation and co-regulation. So I've mentioned self-regulation a number of different times. And just to be really clear, in education and sometimes in parenting too, people will use words like behavior management or behavioral control or something like that. And I tend to not use those terms because it's much more holistic than behavior. And we're not really talking about management or control, because our overarching goal is for children to be able to self-regulate. And so this means the ability to flexibly adapt their behavior, attention, emotions, and cognitive strategies in constructive ways in response to situational demands. And so what that really means is that self-regulation is holistic. It's not just about a child's behavior. It's about their ability to use their cognitions. So their attention, for example, and their ability to inhibit, and their memory, their working memory, to remember what expectations are, and to regulate their emotions, that even though they are upset and they want to hit somebody or throw something, they're not going to do that. And in response to situational demands, because kids are in a lot of different contexts and there are different demands. So there are some places where you need to be very quiet and you need to walk. And there are some places where you can use loud voices and you can run. And for them to be able to switch from one to another, there are different rules. And so self-regulation is really about being able to adapt to these different situations. And so another way of thinking about this is managing their attention and arousal in the service of goal-directed behavior. And there's a lot of individual differences in children's ability to self-regulate and in the abilities that contribute to self-regulation. And some of those are, they can be supported by positive relationships, but there are also a lot of individual differences just because that's, children have different temperament and those sorts of things. But what it looks like, self-regulation includes some behaviors that are fairly automatic. So if we think about a neural processes related to emotions or stress and motor response systems, but then also behaviors that are more effortful. So it takes effort for a child to suppress, a more automatic response, hitting somebody in favor of an expected behavior, or replacing it with a different behavior, like telling somebody that you don't like what they're doing or to stop what they're doing. It takes more effort to persist on an unpleasant task or to pay attention over a longer period of time. And some of these individual differences have to do with things like kids' different resting states. I mean, there are some kids who are just more highly aroused than others, and some who are more calm than others. And so for some kids, it takes more effort than others to self-regulate. And it's important for us to recognize that it's harder for some kids than others, just for a whole variety of reasons, and to be patient with that. So self-regulation, we focus on it a lot because it is a foundation for lifelong well-being and competence in all of these different areas. There's robust data that it predicts mental health, academic achievement, physical health, professional competence, and even socioeconomic well-being over time and across the lifespan. And then just as a review, the development of self-regulation proceeds from co-regulation, and it involves physiology. And so sometimes I've seen adults in a variety of different settings attribute a lot more intentionality to children's inability to self-regulate than really exists. Okay, so a child might be really aroused and can't calm themselves down, and the parent, or the parent or caregiver or other adult around them thinks that they are intentionally not trying hard enough. And so I just want to elevate that physiological aspect of it, that it's important to be able to calm that. But also the importance of naming emotions and feeling felt. You might have heard the term name it to tame it. Actually naming an emotion and recognizing what the emotion is that you feel, or having somebody else name and validate that moment, that emotion. I understand you're frustrated, angry, disappointed. Begins the process of physiological calming. Okay, so now we're going to move to thinking about some threats to infant and early childhood mental health. But before I go on, are there any questions or comments about what we've covered so far? Okay, let's move on. Okay.
I don't know this term. You said emotional balance.
Valence, yeah. That's a great question. Yeah, the valence refers to positivity or negativity. And so for most people, our sort of resting state or emotional valence is somewhere just north of neutral. So everybody's sort of just like a little bit positive, like just your regular state. But there are some people who, think about Eeyore and Tigger. And you probably all know some kids who are more like Eeyore and Tigger, on those more positive and negative pieces of it. And so it's just that kind of variation. So valence always refers to positivity and negativity as a continuum. Thanks for that question. Yeah.
I was wondering, has attachment parenting mostly been studied for neurotypical kids, or is there neurodivergent studies with attachment?
There are studies with neurodivergent kids, and I'm less familiar with that literature. But children who are neurodivergent develop attachments.
So they still fall in those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you can imagine what sort of the nuances and challenges would be with that. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Those are great questions. Okay, so stress isn't always bad. We may not like it, but stress, is often a challenge to us that promotes learning and growth. And some days I'm like, I don't need any more linear learning or growth right now. I'm good. But positive stress or normative stressors, this can include a lot of different things like, not being able to play with what you want when you want at school because some other child has that toy. But it's also boundaries. You have to go to bed. You have to brush your teeth. Remember that whole initiating something you don't want to do, teeth brushing, or stopping doing something you really want to do, or not being able to have a second serving of dessert. These are all boundaries. They're stressful. Kids will express negative emotion around them, but that's positive stress. It promotes growth and development. It's this brief activation of the stress response system, very minor, and life goes on. Tolerable stress, it's more severe or longer lasting. Think about things like residential moves. It can even include things like, a family member, change in family member in the household. But it can be buffered by the support of caregivers, and a child can be okay. But toxic stress is really ongoing adversity. It's more threatening to the child's well-being. You have a more prolonged activation of the stress response system. And here's where those stress hormones and other activations can start to do some damage. And this is really more than having a very supportive, loving caregiver can manage. I mean, maybe it can be buffered somewhat, but it's pretty overwhelming. And so how does it affect physical and mental health? You have this prolonged cortisol response, which interferes with synaptogenesis. So the formation of new connections in the brain is disrupted. It can damage the hippocampus, which is a brain structure that's involved in learning, memory, regulation, and some aspects of the stress response. It can cause immune dysregulation. And so this is persistent inflammation. And you know that inflammation is implicated in all these major disease processes: diabetes, heart disease, arthritis, autoimmune disorders. And it increases the risk of infection, even though the immune system is sort of on high alert here. And of course, because of this, it can disrupt self-regulation as well. So I know that a lot of you have probably read or you're familiar with the Neurons to Neighborhoods that really was about linkages between children's experiences and their learning and mental health. The 2.0 is really about, it's also physical health. We know that what children are experiencing affects their physical health through these processes. And so it increases risk for mental health conditions later in life. And so how this happens is that, children are repeatedly experiencing adversity and chronic stress. Their stress response system is chronically activated. There are continuous threats, and those are perceived threats and real threats potentially. But there just can be a lot of chaos. I mean, think of kids who are unhoused and they're living in a shelter and it's very chaotic and there are a lot of people around. And they can have parents who love them very much, but there is just a whole lot going on. And so heart rate, blood pressure, digestive system, immune systems are all involved. I know we focused a lot on the brain over the last 30 years, but now we're really focusing on whole body because we know that it's all connected. And so then over time, it just really disrupts children's development through these cascades. And many of you are probably familiar with the ACEs study, the Kaiser Permanente study. And the first, this was a records review and survey of 17,000 members of this health maintenance organization about their childhood experiences. And those adverse childhood experiences were organized into categories of abuse, neglect, household challenges. So things like substance misuse, mental illness, incarceration, domestic violence, and then other adversities. So things like bullying or wartime experiences. And so the conceptualization has expanded a little bit since then. But important to note that they're common. So, almost 2/3 of adults, and this proportion really has borne out in several subsequent studies, that about 2/3 of adults report having experienced at least one during childhood. But there seems to be sort of a tipping point that 3 or 4 or more is really where your risk for health difficulties and mental health difficulties is significantly elevated. So then the question is, how can we support young children's mental health? First and foremost is regulating yourself. If you are an adult working with children, especially children who may be experiencing adverse circumstances, you want to be aware of your own feelings and reactions to children's behavior. And be aware of your feelings, acknowledge your feelings to yourself. Remember that emotion is the first language children understand, and they know exactly how you feel. And so hiding your emotions isn't going to work. But when you acknowledge your emotions to yourself, like, "Ugh, this is a frustrating situation," to yourself, that helps you calm. Okay, so you've named it, you're taming it, you're telling yourself you can get through it, because regulating yourself is the first step in helping other children and helping others regulate and helping young children regulate. So being aware of that, but also being willing to explore what kind of specific behaviors push your buttons and why do you think those behaviors push your buttons? Because you have to understand that in yourself in order to be able to be open and present when a child is engaging in those behaviors. Creating a safe and predictable environment in all the ways that you can do that, and to help a child have that sense of security and build positive and trusting relationships with each child, and recognize that every child has different strengths and needs, and they're going to express those in different ways. So try to understand what a child is telling you with their behavior. And if you're not sure, ask or observe more and be curious about it. So we've talked a little bit about this. Okay, so children perceive your emotion. Oh, reflect on your role in the situation. Don't take kids' behavior personally. It's easy to do. Probably everybody does it sometimes, some people more than others, but it's not about you. And you're the adult, and they're behaving the way they're behaving because of a whole lot of different reasons. And it's your job to be curious about that and to support them, but don't take it personally. So we can scaffold young children's self-regulation in a lot of different ways, creating safe environments, physically and psychologically safe. So you think about what that means, where everybody feels welcome. Everybody feels welcome. Serve as a secure base. We talk about our teacher candidate. We talk to our teacher candidates about this all the time. You might not be an attachment figure, but in the classroom, you are the person who is the go-to. And so how do you serve as a secure base so that children feel comfortable to explore and learn? Having clear guidelines for behavior, clear, consistent, understandable over time, and keep it simple. So we talk about being safe with yourself, with others, and with your things, because pretty much any behavioral expectation we have can fall in these categories, and it's easy to remember. And you know that boundaries help children feel secure as well. They know that the adults around them are going to keep them safe, and they're going to help them to be safe with themselves and others. Providing a reason for every behavioral expectation, and it doesn't have to be in every instance of every behavioral expectation, because if you've explained it 5 or 6 times, you know that they know. But the reason helps kids internalize the expectations, and especially if you have encouraged empathy. So if they have harmed someone socially, emotionally, or physically, to really help them to explore and understand that. Look at his face. How do you think he's feeling? And what do you think we can do to help him feel better? So, we don't hurt people because, you understand this. You're engendering empathy, and you're helping kids understand the consequences of their behavior. They're more likely to internalize that. If we just take a punitive approach or remove them from the situation and exclude them from the situation, i.e. timeout, that's not a learning process. So giving children an opportunity to express themselves and be heard and understood is important in all situations. So whether that's in a classroom situation, a home situation, or even a court situation, figuring out a way that they can be heard and understood in a safe way. You'll have some lived experience speakers later this afternoon. And in our previous session, they talked about the importance of being able to be heard and potentially not in open court, because there are multiple parties there who have different vested interests. because they can express themselves when they feel physically, socially, and emotionally safe. And in other situations, in the home, in the school, in childcare, adults don't always know fully what the child's perception of the situation is and what it is they're asking for. And there can be a misunderstanding. And it's important to seek their understanding of the situation. And if there are multiple children involved, what happened, what's going on, and give everybody an opportunity to express themselves. That also engenders trust. I know that you will listen to me. I know that you care about what my experience is. I know that you care about what my perspective of this situation is. And that is going to help scaffold them in their self-regulation and their social skills as well. But children are going to engage in mistaken behavior. And this is just a reminder to be patient. They're learning, and we need to support them because it really is a journey, this developmental journey. And when we're engaging in the process of guidance and structuring and scaffolding and teaching for them to be able to do that, given what we've talked about with respect to self-regulation, it's important to remember that we can't go directly to reasoning and problem solving. When something has happened and children are aroused and they're upset, we need to start at the bottom here with regulating. So their neurological activity is sort of in their fight or flight mode, or their, for those of you who are familiar with conscious discipline, their downstairs brain, their neurological activity when they're upset is not in their cortex, which is where your higher cognitive functions are. And so the first thing you need to do as an adult is to help them to regulate. And so that is, simply giving space, comforting, helping them to calm, and then connecting. So this relating part is also a step that sometimes is skipped. It's like regulate, let's problem solve. The relating is reassuring the child that your relationship is good. No matter what you've done, I still care about you. I want to understand. And help you. And that's the connect. And then move on to reasoning. What happened? What can we do better? What do you need to understand about this situation? And it's possible to do this with 2 and 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And by the time they're 4 and 5, they're using the language that we use to scaffold that in a fairly self-guided way. So when we're guiding children's behavior, it's important to take a long view. And so in the short term, you want to make sure that you're communicating respect for the child, that connection. We're good. Our relationship is good. And if you think about kids who've experienced a lot of trauma or difficulty in their lives, they may be doing everything they can to undermine that relationship. And over and over and over again, you have to reassure them that I'm still here. I still care about you. This is a tough situation, but I'm still here and I still care about you. However, your behavior, that we need to talk about. And then make sure that you can give them an opportunity to do things differently. Okay. You're not just going to remove them. You're not just going to shut them out. What can we do that's better? And then you still, as an adult, can exert increased control as necessary. This is what we call as boundaries, but we need to be predictable. And then also communicate your confidence. I know you can do this. You do a lot of hard things, and over time, you're going to be able to do that. And so we're always thinking in the long term, both the present and the long term. And so you want to give the child opportunities. It takes practice to learn appropriate behaviors and practice those and internalize the expectations of others. But over time, they gain the efficacy. I can do things well, and esteem, feeling proud of that through successfully engaging in those competent behaviors, and they see themselves as competent. So, just some steps that can ensure that the child is feeling understood and that you're effectively guiding them is ensuring you're understanding what the child is telling you, so that you understand, they know that you're listening and that you care, and validating their feelings. This name it to tame it there is data that indicates that if a person is upset and you name their emotion, that their physiology, their calming responses, it is a catalyst for that. So, and then always explain the expectation and the reason, But here's the really important piece too, is to invite the child to collaborate in the problem solving. This is empowering. What do you think we could do? And very young children may not have a lot of ideas, and you can offer ideas, and you can even guide them towards particular choices of what those ideas would be. And if there are multiple children, you can invite all of them to share ideas and think about what to try, and then make a plan. What's our plan? Well, if this happens, here's what we'll do. And later on, we're going to come back and talk about how well that worked. And if it didn't work, maybe we'll do something different. This lays the foundation for the understanding that we always get to come around again. We always get to try again. We're always learning. It's not a matter of you did something wrong and now you're out of here and this relationship is over or anything like that, which can be the perception when children are excluded. And so some pitfalls to avoid. I don't think any adults intentionally set out to do this, but people have a lot of different ideas about what is and is not helpful for children. And so things like dismissing feelings, you're okay, that's no big deal. Or shaming children. I have heard people say, do you want me to spank you in front of God and everyone? Okay. Excluding, separating, those kinds of things. And so sometimes people don't understand that that's what the impact of their behavior really is. And here I need to give a shout out to movement and mental health because movement can calm those physiological stress responses and to ensure that children are really having ample opportunities to move consistently throughout the day. The need for recess, the need for PE, the need to have places and spaces where they can move is important. So some of the things that happen here, it calms the physiological stress response. Exercise increases a brain protein that's essential for neuron growth. So exercise is brain growth. It also oxygenates your brain. Oxygen's good. That's important. Meditative movement and exercise are associated with decreased symptoms of depression and anxiety in children and adolescents. So these are some of the tools and ways that we can also support and encourage this. So before we do the summary review, I just want to call your attention to some of the handouts in your packet. And so in the folder, there is an understanding and screening for trauma in young children handout with the website for Nebraska babies, which has a lot more great resources on it. And then learning more about early childhood mental health in Nebraska to describe some of the treatments that are available and programs that are available for young children and their families. And then in the packet behind the case studies, there's also a description of why early childhood infant mental health matters. And then some links to additional resources on the back side of that page. So hopefully you'll be able to take advantage of those resources. So just to summarize, the foundations for mental health begin in infancy. And actually, we have evidence now that it begins prenatally as well. Mom's level of stress prenatally and other factors, including nutrition, impact development in really significant ways. But nurturing relationships and secure attachment foster a positive sense of self-relationships in the world through that internal working model. That self-regulation begins as co-regulation and is developed through comforting children when they're distressed and helping them understand their own emotions and those of others by scaffolding coping strategies and problem solving. And that children who've experienced toxic stress are going to have more difficulty self-regulating and therefore more difficulty learning. And so they're going to need extra support. They may act out, but they may also be withdrawn, because they might be having really a fight or flight response. They may be exhausted from a fight or flight response, which happens that sort of post-crash, but they also might have more of a freeze response in response to what they're experiencing. And be especially sensitive to their needs for physical and emotional safety. Support all children, and including in helping them develop positive friendships, because children who've experienced trauma and toxic stress may have more difficulty forming friendships. And to review, infant and early childhood mental health we're talking about the positive aspect of this, the health. is their developing capacity to experience, express, and regulate emotions, form and participate in positive relationships, and explore and learn about the world. And you can support young children's mental health. Everybody has a role to play. And that's one of the great things about infant and early childhood mental health as a field, is that it is multidisciplinary, and that everybody in every context has a role to play in that. So thank you. Are there questions or comments? I don't have it in paper format, but it's on the website. Is that right?
Probably the phrase then all slides.
Yeah. Other questions? Yes.
Sorry. I'm coming from a perspective of a foster parent where we've dealt with a lot of kids that have had the wrong situations from early neglect, and our biggest struggle is fixing it. And so, is there a lot of evidence-based stuff out there that helps, since we've learned all this stuff about the brain, on helping coping with it later in life?
Can you say a little more about what you mean by coping with it later in life?
Or, well, for example, reactive attachment disorder. You know, when the emotions are in the wrong place, the dysregulation is kind of the norm, and how what type of counseling, what type of stuff helps people kind of understand more about where they're at? Is there some evidence-based stuff that can help people get more back to where a healthy balance would be, so people can be more regulated, et cetera?
Yes, absolutely. And so you're talking about when the child and adolescent, when they're young, or do you mean later in life in adulthood?
Yeah, even teen years, you know, through that time, like what type of counseling, what type of programs help them maybe regain what they lost?
Right. Yeah. And so I know that you're going to have a presentation later today that describes some of those, but certainly child parent psychotherapy is one, but that's generally for younger children. But trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy, there's an evidence base for that, as well as, you know, attachment-informed therapeutic modalities, certainly. But one of the things that is also in the research literature is that with foster parents specifically, a foster parent who is secure themselves, children are able to more quickly adapt and heal and recover. And so along with that, because it's really, it's stressful and challenging for the foster parent, that the importance of having support for themselves while engaging and supporting the children and youth is also really important for them to be able to support them during that particular time. But yeah, there are definitely therapeutic modalities that show good promise for people being able to reflect on, evaluate, understand what their experiences have been and how to make sense of them. And integrate that, because part of the challenge when there's been trauma is integrating that experience rather than cutting it off. And so being able, and a lot of the research on PTSD here applies as well, and the therapeutic modalities that work for that. So thank you. That's a great question. Yes.
So is this something where if you had poor attachment parenting, that this lives with you forever, or is this fixable? Is it something that you have to go to therapy for, or is it almost like a curse that there's?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question is really about the extent to which, if you are, so insecure, or maybe you have a disorganized attachment, or you have reactive attachment disorder or something like that. Someone who has reactive attachment disorder, or, has experienced some trauma associated with that attachment, is probably going to need some fairly intensive therapeutic interventions to understand and overcome that. And that can come in a variety of different ways and places. However, attachment is dynamic. It's not, you mentioned curse. It's not stable in the sense that if you are secure at 12 months, you're going to be secure at age 25. However, it becomes increasingly stable over time, in part because kids interact in ways that enact their internal working model. So a secure child who's feeling pretty confident about themselves in the social world engages people in a different way. They make direct eye contact, they communicate effectively, they empathize with others. And as a consequence, other people interact with them in ways that validate and continue and solidify that security. A child who's avoidant, behaves in a way that replicates avoidance, and a child who is insecure, ambivalent is like clingy and demanding. And so sometimes people are present and other people are like, oh, I can't handle any more of that right now. And they're replicating that. So it's increasingly stable over time, but there's always opportunities for dynamics and change. So in adulthood, one of the best ways to become secure is to marry somebody who's secure. So that's what the literature shows us. If you marry somebody secure, you become more secure over time because that person is a secure base. But then there are other key experiences. So they tend to be relational experiences that can be, some people refer to them as corrective experiences, but relational experiences, supportive, sort of mentoring experiences, other important people who can serve as that secure base, because essentially you need someone to help provide that felt security and hold space for you to reflect and figure this out for yourself. And so there are ways that happens, and there's, evidence for how that can happen. So does that answer your question? Thank you.
You mentioned the word integration as opposed to pushing away. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So when people experience trauma, one of the typical responses is that gets compartmentalized. And so basically it's stored in a place in your brain where it's protected and pushed away from your everyday experience and awareness. And it takes a lot of psychic energy to do that. And that's why sometimes it pushes through. And there are triggers for people to re-experience either the feelings or the thoughts, even physiological sensations that they had associated with that trauma. And so they've pushed it away. And a couple of there are a lot of negative consequences to that. As you know, sort of compartmentalizing trauma is associated with other kinds of avoidant activities like drug use and other ways that you can try to forget and not be aware. But it also increases the risk for dissociation. Dissociation meaning not being in this reality with us, but being in a different reality, as in potentially sometimes back in that other reality. And so the first time I think that people were generally aware of this is with post-traumatic syndromes related with people who had war experience, and so they're having what people think of as flashbacks. A flashback is when you are not in the present moment, you are in that moment, you're in the trauma moment. But that's actually what happens with all kinds of trauma. And so when you're trying to suppress that, it takes a lot of cognitive energy, a lot of psychological energy to do that. And it does, it breaks through. The integration piece is when you actually sort of open it up. And one of the ways that people do this is through exposure therapy, where in a safe place with a safe person, you either verbally talk through that, or sometimes it's a writing process where you write through that and you write through that. You become aware of it, you make sense of it, and you integrate it into your present experience. And of course, what's the paradox is the more you're pushing that away and compartmentalizing it, the more that it dominates your existence. And the more that you bring this awful thing into your awareness, the more it loses power. And you can integrate it so that you're aware of it, but you can say to yourself, I'm not going to think about that right now. That happened. And here's what that means in my life and for who I am. And so the integration means that you can be aware of it when you want to or when you need to, but you also can say, I'm not going to think about that right now. It's really okay. I can be in the present. So does that answer your question? Thank you. Do we have time for any more? Are there any more questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. Not really.
Thank you, Dr. Torquati. I know I'm sorry to cut it off. It was such a great conversation and I wanted it to keep going, but we do need to take a little break. So let's take a little 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:48 for the next presentation. Thanks, everybody. Our next presenters are Jessica Anthony and Amy Bunnell. Jessica Anthony is an employee of the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services in the Division of Medicaid and Long-Term Care. She serves as an IDEA Part C coordinator, managing early development network contracts, providing technical assistance to contracting agencies, and working with colleagues at the Nebraska Department of Education to oversee implementation of early intervention services. Jessica also has over 4 years of experience as an EDN services coordinator, working directly with children and families, and over 5 years of experience as a child and family services specialist, investigating allegations of child abuse and neglect. Jessica holds a bachelor's degree in child development and early childhood education from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And we have Amy Bunnell, who is currently employed by the Nebraska Department of Education as the Early Childhood Special Education Director. She also serves as an IDEA Part C coordinator and is responsible for administering grants to agencies in support of improving outcomes for young children with disabilities and their families. Additionally, Amy provides consultation, training, and technical assistance to early intervention and special education providers, as well as service coordinators, administrators, agencies, and families regarding early intervention and special education regulations, policies, and procedures. Amy has 4 years of experience as a corrections case manager and has worked for over 11 years in Nebraska Child Protective Services. So please welcome Amy and Jessica.
I love that we have our fan base out there. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Amy Bunnell with the Department of Education, and Jessica and I want to talk to you about our early intervention program in Nebraska. And for those of you that may not be familiar with it, this would be a resource that you can tap into when serving the children and families on your caseloads. So a little bit of an overview of what early intervention is. It is a federal program. It was created back in 1986. It's created under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and it's Part C of that act. Part C simply means it's for children, infants, and toddlers, ages birth to 3. There is Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and that is the Special Education Act that serves children ages 3 to 21. Every state can participate in early intervention, but you don't have to. It's not a federal mandate, but every state and territory in the nation does participate in the early intervention program and receives federal funding to support infants and toddlers with disabilities within their states. Every state can choose how they want to administer their program. You have to choose a state agency to do that. Nebraska was smart and chose 2 state agencies to co-administer that. We chose the Department of Health and Human Services under the Division of Medicaid and the Department of Education Office of Special Education to co-lead the program so that infants and toddlers and their families can have access to the wide variety of services available under both programs. So we're the only state in the nation that was smart enough to do that, and we're pretty proud of that. Why is early intervention important? There's been a ton of research out there that shows that if you intervene early, such as at birth or age 1, you can really improve that child's developmental outcomes and across all those domains listed there. If we intervene early, we can help support families. They can better meet their child's individual specialized needs from infancy. And there's a ton of community benefits to this. There's
information that shows the economic benefits, because we can reduce economics that, through your community resources that might be tapped into. We can reduce that economic burden. We can project later academic success and a decrease for the need of special education in the future for these children. So in Nebraska, we call the early intervention program the Early Development Network. We serve children who are ages birth to 3 with developmental delays or disabilities that meet our state criteria under the Special Education Act. The services are free, they're family-centered. We provide services to families in accordance to the child's specialized needs, such as education, health and development, family support, and then we provide community service referrals to other services that the family may need within their community. There are no income guidelines for eligibility, so we don't ask for financial information. We don't ask parents to fill out a financial application form. Finances don't matter. No matter your income, you can participate in our program. However, it is a voluntary program. So that's a federal regulation. We cannot force or mandate families to participate. Families can choose whether or not they would like to participate in early intervention. So you may be wondering, what types of children can benefit from our program? So these are just a small sampling of a list of infants and toddlers with the following conditions that can benefit from our program. Those that have delays in physical, language, or cognitive domains, children with vision or hearing loss, children that are born with chromosomal abnormalities or genetic or congenital disorders, children with sensory impairments such as autism spectrum disorder. And you heard from Dr. Torquati, those children that have severe attachment disorders. And finally, those children that have disorders secondary to exposure to toxic substances. That includes fetal alcohol syndrome, but it can also be those children that have born with a positive meconium or urine test, or later might have a positive hair follicle test. So how do you make a referral? Well, anyone can make a referral. Our typical referral sources are parents, physicians, childcare providers, Head Start, Early Head Start. But people like you in this room can make a referral. You can call the 800 number listed there, or you can click on that link and that takes you to an online referral form. Once a referral is made, the local services coordinator, they act like a case manager. They will contact the family and set up a home visit within 7 days. The services coordinator also contacts the local school district, because the school district is the entity that will be providing most of the early intervention services. So when you make that referral, what would be important for EDN to know? Well, we need to know if the child is a state ward. If the child is a state ward, there's a lot of information that we need to know about who to contact, who are the parents, who are the foster parents, where is the child living, et cetera. We need to know those case dynamics. We need to know what kind of contact is allowed between the bio parent and the child. So again, as we're setting up our case, we know exactly how to move through the structure that the court has set up. It's important for us to know about the child's abuse and neglect history and the child's medical needs. Why is that important? Well, just like we heard from Dr. Torquati, the child's toxic stress and the abuse and neglect that may have happened to the child will have an impact on the child's development. We need to know that so that we can provide our services accordingly. Sometimes it looks like ADD or ADHD or autism, when it really isn't. It's a result of the child's abuse or neglect history and the toxic stress the child has experienced. So we need to know that so we can provide the right kinds of services in the right way. Same with medical history. If there is positive drug test results, we'd like to have those, because again, if there's something that medical history or there's a positive drug screen, we need to know that. So again, we can provide the right kinds of services in the right ways. Many of those things too allow us to not conduct an evaluation and find the child immediately eligible for our services based upon that abuse and neglect history or that medical information or that positive drug screen. We don't have to test the child to determine eligibility. Those things make the child eligible for our program. But if we do have to conduct an evaluation, that evaluation will be conducted by the local school district personnel who are trained in early childhood development. Again, that evaluation is done at no cost to the family, and we're required to evaluate the child in all of those domains listed there, not just one domain, not maybe two, all 5 of those domains, because we know early childhood development is so interrelated and all of those components are so important to the growth and development of the child. We have timelines that we have to abide by. These are federally regulated. We have to conduct that evaluation within 45 calendar days of the date of referral. The reason for that is because children grow and develop so quickly at this age, and we want to get in there early and not delay that process. If the child is determined eligible, then we meet as a team with the family and develop an individualized family service plan. That's a family-driven plan. We have 45 calendar days to complete that plan. So that's a lot happening in a short 45 days. We get the referral, we meet with the family, we hopefully get their written consent to move forward. We conduct an evaluation, we conduct a child and family assessment, and then we sit down as a whole team with the family to develop this plan. This plan will identify what the family's concerns and priorities are for their child. We work with families within their daily routines. So we're asking the family, what does your day look like? What does your routine look like? And where are you struggling the most with your child? So many times, families will say, well, we're really struggling with mealtime, or we're really struggling with bath time, or we're really struggling with getting the child to talk and play and not hit other people or other children during playtime. So we're really looking at what is normalized for that family, what's their routine, and where are their struggles at with the child's development, so that we can support the child and family within those daily routines. We then develop outcomes for both the child and the family on that plan. The plan will also coordinate medical, health, and other educational services that the family and the child might need. The plan will list what types of services the child is going to receive and the frequency and intensity that those services will be provided. We provide our early intervention services in the home or community settings that are normal and typical for an infant or toddler and for that family. So, for instance, we typically provide our services in the family home. We can go to a childcare. We might go to grandma's house because that's where the child spends most of their days, with grandma. But those are some examples of where we typically provide our services in a normal setting for that infant and toddler. We don't ask families to bundle up their child, put them in a car seat, and bring them up to the school to deliver services. That's not, because we know children don't grow and develop in that way. We provide our services year-round, meaning we don't provide them on a school calendar like special education services, because we know children continue to grow and develop between May and August of every year. They don't stop developing during those months. So we provide our services year-round, 12 months a year, throughout the year in the natural setting. And then that plan will be looked at least every 6 months. We're federally required to come back as a team, review that plan, make any adjustments to the outcomes, the services, et cetera, because again, children grow and develop at a fast pace at this age. We can come back sooner and look at that plan. Sometimes children are hospitalized for various reasons. There's been a significant change in the family. So we might want to come back sooner and review that plan and make adjustments to it. There are 16 early intervention services that children are entitled to under the federal regulations. This is just a sampling of what are the typical services children might routinely receive under early intervention. So we have assistive technology, we have audiology and vision services, occupational and physical therapy. Services coordination is like a case manager, and that's the one service that every family is entitled to receive. So that means every family must receive a services coordinator to act as the case manager and coordinate all the services that that family is going to receive. A child might receive sign language and cued language services, social emotional supports and services, special instruction, and speech and language services. And again, those services are provided year-round and in a setting that's natural for that infant and toddler. Our early intervention programs are created geographically throughout the state, and we call those planning region teams. And you'll see the map here. There's 27 planning region teams across the state. Excuse me. Oh dear. There we go. Planning region teams are the interagency coordinating council at the local level. They are comprised of local school districts, social service agencies, medical health, mental health organizations, Head Start, other types of public and private agencies in that community. Of course, we want family representation, child care providers, and the list could go on and on. But it's a local team that's coming together around the table to review what services we have available in our local region and what gaps and barriers might exist, and how can we address that so that we can ensure we're comprehensively meeting the needs of infants and toddlers in our particular region. If you are not a member of your local planning region team, we encourage you to become a part of the planning region team, because your voice is so important to addressing the needs of infants and toddlers in your communities. I'm turning it over to Jessica now.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica Anthony. I wanted to talk a little bit about CAPTA, the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act today. You're going to hear more this afternoon from Judge Johnson about that, but we're going to talk a little bit about how it specifically pertains to early intervention. So again, it stands for the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. This was a law that was federally enacted through the Departments of Education and Health and Human Services back in 2003 to ensure that maltreated infants and toddlers are referred to Part C of IDEA, or the Early Development Network here in Nebraska. This is a state mandate as well for CFS through DHHS and EDN to work together to make those referrals and to ensure that there is follow-up on those developmental evaluations for kids under 3 that have a substantiated case of abuse or neglect. So why is this so important? Well, research tells us that 50% of children in foster care demonstrate developmental delays at a rate of 4 times that of the general population. And we know that children with delays and disabilities have a higher propensity to be abused. And again, as Julia talked about this morning, we know that early experiences for children, both positive and negative, have a lasting impact on how their brain is wired. So again, CFS is mandated to make referrals to the Early Development Network anytime there is a victim on a substantiated case of abuse or neglect that's under the age of 3. But it's important to note that EDN is a voluntary program. So even though they may make those referrals, parents may decline to participate. That's why collaboration between our systems is so important to make sure that those children aren't dropped and missed along the way and in the future. So what does our data tell us? So this is statewide data from the year 2022, so January through December, for those children under the age of 3 that were referred by a CAPTA referral. So statewide, 18% of our CAPTA referrals were closed by EDN as unable to locate the parent. So that means we got the referral and either the family didn't respond to our attempts at contact, we sent letters, maybe even went to the home, we weren't able to connect with that family. 41% of our statewide referrals were withdrawn by the parent prior to reaching an evaluation. So we did make contact with the family, perhaps even had that initial meeting with them, and they declined any further involvement with EDN at that point. 3% of our CAPTA referrals were withdrawn by the parent after the child was found eligible. So that's where we've gotten through the whole evaluation process. We've determined that this child is eligible and would benefit from early intervention services, and the parent declined at that point. Only 9%, and this is as of April when we pulled the data, only 9% of the CAPTA referrals that were found eligible last year were still open and receiving services. So we wanted to also put a local perspective on this data. So I included some surrounding counties. So we have York, Seward, Fillmore, Saline, Thayer, Jefferson, Gage, Lancaster, Odo, Johnson, Pawnee, Nemaha, and Richardson counties included in this data set. So the blue is local data compared to the red, which is statewide. So unable to locate, you can see locally that was about 20%, which is higher than the state average of 18%. For the children withdrawn prior to evaluation, again, you can see, don't have the numbers right in front of me, but looks to be about 47% locally as compared to about 42% statewide. Children that were found eligible but later withdrawn, you can see that number locally is lower than the state average. And again, for children that were found eligible and still receiving services as of April, that local data is also lower than that statewide data. So what that tells me, certainly not as someone who is an expert in data analysis, but that tells me there's a lot of room for collaboration between our systems and partners to make sure that these children are getting into the services that they need. What are some of the things that we think could be barriers to that parent engagement? So we know that change of placements for children that are placed perhaps a long distance away from their parents, and changes in CFS worker assignments can create communication barriers between CFS and EDN. We know that the family location and contact information can constantly be changing, and that case status can all be things that affect the engagement. And again, as we said, EDN is a voluntary program. So even when children are removed from the home and made stay wards, biological parents retain their educational rights, and they are the ones that must sign the consent for EDN services. I know sometimes we see requests for the foster parent to sign that consent or for the caseworker, and they're actually not legally able to do that unless, especially not the CFS worker. So we think that because the parents are retaining those educational rights, that kind of leads to a higher parent refusal rate, thinking that possibly there's a distrust of other public service agencies. Perhaps the parents are overwhelmed with the number of court-ordered services they're trying to complete. Perhaps they feel guilt or feel like they may be further judged by the court or CFS team because their child is found to have a delay or disability. So if the parents don't consent, what can happen? So we broke this down into two sections here. If the child's not a state ward, if the parent doesn't consent to our services, our EDN referral must close. We can't move forward without their written consent. If the child is a state ward, again, those parents maintain their educational rights and can refuse EDN services. However, a caveat to that is that special education law in Nebraska allows for the school district or the judge overseeing the child's case to appoint an educational surrogate to make educational decisions for the child. We would see those surrogates typically being someone involved in that child's life, perhaps a foster parent. It cannot be anyone from DHHS or the school district, however. Surrogates can also be appointed in situations where the parent's whereabouts are unknown, or perhaps the parent is facing a long-term absence like an incarceration. So what can stakeholders in the court, judges, attorneys, and CFS staff, CASAs, what can we all do to work together and make sure that these kids are getting into services? So one, we can ensure that the children have been referred to EDN early in the case, and then follow up on those evaluation results. If necessary, make a second referral later in the case. If the parents refuse EDN services and the team continues to have concerns around the child's development, request a court order for that evaluation or request that a surrogate be appointed for the child. Courts can also develop an in-court procedure where the child's development is monitored and looking at those milestones. We can ensure that those referrals, again, re-referrals are made to EDN, and then consider introducing and reviewing the child's MDT evaluation results and the IFSP to the court. How can EDN partner with you, on the other hand? So with a signed release from the parent or a court order, EDN can release the multidisciplinary evaluation report, which is going to list out all those areas of the child's development. We can also provide you a copy of the IFSP that's going to show those parent concerns and the child and family outcomes. The services coordinator helps connect the family or foster parent with medical and educational services that may be beneficial to the child. And then services coordination also acts as another layer of support for the child and family and helps them locate community resources. That can be anything from parenting classes, clothing, food, utilities, really any resources that the family may benefit from. So here is our website. Again, I would encourage you to check it out. We have lots of other resources available on there, including the online referral form, as well as Amy and I's contact information. So if you ever have any questions or would like more information, you can reach out to us. Any questions? I don't know if anybody's going around with the microphone or not. No. Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead, shout it out.
I'm an attorney, guardian ad litem. I have made requests for those. My question
is that ever included in because it's a voluntary thing, is that ever included in a case plan where the parent, that's part of the case plan, it's still voluntary, but kind of court ordered? So that's what I'm trying to figure out, if that's something. I don't know the answer to that. So maybe you do.
So would it be included like in the CFS case plan?
Correct. If the child's a state ward.
I would think it's something that they could. There might be some CFS staff who might be better able to answer that.
It really depends. Case plan is based upon what the family is going to do. And again, as you know, as an attorney, not all parents follow along with the case plan or abide by what's in there, but it can be written in the case plan.
I repeat that answer for those on Zoom. So HHS stated that they can put that information in the case plan, but it's dependent upon what the family is willing to do, since it is a voluntary program.
I have two questions. One I saw on the slide of the court could order the evaluation or educational surrogate. Are you saying the court could put in its order that an EDN evaluation shall be conducted without, so that's without consent? It could just be in the order as opposed to appointing an educational surrogate?
That is correct, Kelly.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it can be ordered. Yeah.
My second question is, so you talked about the parent having the ability to withdraw consent or to not consent to go to evaluation. Does the EDN person have the ability to determine not to conduct an evaluation, even if the eligibility is there? So to not proceed to evaluation, or does evaluation have to happen?
So you're asking if the parent provides written consent, does the school district have to provide the evaluation at that point?
Correct.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
I guess what I'm wondering is, we're always facing individuals with shaken baby syndrome. Do you work with those kind of cases? And if so, can we get involved in some manner? Because again, we're trying to develop a network of who and how to help these families and parents, but we can't do it alone because we're just a Brain Injury Alliance of Nebraska. And of course, it's such a complicated process with the healing.
Yes. And in fact, I have been a part of the Brain Injury Alliance in the past, so feel free to contact me. But yes, children with shaken baby syndrome would be eligible for a program because of the traumatic brain injury that's happened to them. We would need those medical records, and that would make that child eligible based upon the medical information alone for our program to receive early intervention services. It's great.
I just want... I have laryngitis. Sorry. Let me see.
Write the question down.
Did I understand correctly that in cases where a court is not involved, that the Department of Education can appoint an educational surrogate if the parent's not willing to sign up for EDN services?
So so if the child is not a state ward, is that what you're asking?
If the court is not involved with the family yet, basically, you mentioned that there is that a educational surrogate could be appointed for the parents. Is that done by the Department of Education?
So it would be the local school district that would review the situation and make that determination. Generally speaking, if the child's not a state ward and the parent is involved, that probably rule wouldn't probably allow in that situation for a surrogate to be appointed unless some of the other criteria were met.
But yeah, that's what my question was about. What kind of teeth is there for the local school district to enforce having an educational surrogate appointed if the parents are not willing to sign up for the voluntary services?
Yeah, there's really no teeth. The parents have educational rights and can make those decisions. There's only 3 scenarios in which the school district can appoint a surrogate. It's if the child's a state ward, if the parent is absent, can't be located, or the parent is going to be gone long-term, like Jessica was saying, like maybe a long-term incarceration, maybe long-term residential treatment. But those would be the situations in which we've identified a child needs somebody to step in because there's an absence of a parent in those situations and needs somebody to step in. But if parents are present and they've declined and the child's not a state ward, then the parents get to make the calls on all of that.
Thank you. I wanted to come a little bit from the legislative side. I saw in a couple of your slides, you talked about social, emotional, and one of the things that set the public and legislators' hair on fire anymore seems to be the term social emotional learning. And so it seems like it's something that obviously has been here for years, and it's been drawn into what's called the cultural war or the cultural divide. And I don't know how we kind of set that record straight to take it off of the front page, if you will.
Can I give you a standing ovation?
What's that?
Thank you so much for that, because you are exactly right. I mean, we've heard the research and the evidence behind the importance of mental health and relationships. And in the context of young children, that's social emotional. It's the relationships, it's being healthy development and being able to regulate, how to get along with others, et cetera. And yes, if we could set the record straight, and that's what we're hoping to do. Like, this is one presentation that we're hoping that people understand that this is what social emotional development is for young children and how important that is. Because if we don't teach children how to regulate, if we don't provide services that support their emotional development, if we don't teach children how to get along, if we can't do services that mitigate the impact of that toxic stress on the front prefrontal cortex, if we don't do that, what our research has shown in Nebraska's data shows for system-involved youth, those children have poor academic outcomes later in life. These are the children that are doing poorly on the reading assessments. These are the children that are doing poorly on the 3rd grade and the 8th grade and the 11th grade assessments that we conduct. These are the children that are dropping out of school and are not graduating. We have to do something, and we have to do it now. And we have to do it early in life, because if we do it now, we save $8 per $1 spent. The research has shown a minimum of $8. I think some research has shown it's all the way up to $16 that we're saving for every dollar spent. And we're not spending the money on special education. We just went to the legislature, got a big special education bill passed, right? With a whole bunch more funding. So why don't we start putting that in early intervention with the babies, and we save all that money? Yeah. Okay. I'll get off my soapbox, but thank you for that, Senator. I appreciate those comments. I know this lady has had her hand up a lot, and I know you want to ask a question, and then we'll be done.
So I want to make sure I understand. So when the only entity that can make that referral, or there's 2, a school district or a CFS specialist. Is that correct?
So anybody in the state can make a referral for early intervention for any child. There are just certain rules when the child is a state ward or in a case of abuse or neglect.
Okay. I was thinking about the parents who do not engage with the service once referred, and the kind of indicators that we know about shame and guilt and distrust of further systems or government intervention in their lives. And I was wondering what kind of, sometimes the CFS specialist or the Department of Health and Human Services isn't a trusted actor in those families' lives, not sometimes, very often. And I was wondering what other community partners might be able to help with parents. Like, are there parent advocacy networks that are engaged, or peer supports, or other groups that could help encourage parents to see the value in an EDN referral and assessment?
I think, the potential for anyone interacting with that family to kind of promote EDN to the parent is really helpful. Our services coordinators are all contracted through other agencies. We have nonprofit groups, we have school districts and ESUs. So they themselves are not, even though their agency contracts with HHS to provide the service, they themselves are not HHS representatives, which I think is helpful in those situations. But that's why we want to make sure that we're talking to CASAs and the parent advocacy groups, everyone that these families may be engaged with. If they can be supported and encouraged, then even if they're reluctant at first, perhaps once they have had some time to work on their case, then maybe they'd be more willing to engage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy and Jessica. All right, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. If I can find it. There we go. All right. Mikayla Wicks is the Assistant Vice President of Medical Pathways at the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation. She recently accepted this position with plans to continue her work with prenatal plans of safe care, which she began as a program specialist with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Mikayla has 7 years of experience with DHHS, overseeing the statewide implementation of alternative responses and the plans of safe care, as well as 4 years of experience as a child and family services specialist with a primary focus on initial assessment work. Please welcome Mikayla.
All right, my one instruction is to point the clicker over here. So, good morning, everyone. I am here to talk about the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, usually called CARA for short. Regarding prenatal substance use with families. So we're going to do a quick overview of what this legislation actually is. It is also part of CAPTA, like EDN, how Nebraska implemented a notification process, the plans of safe care, which are required with the legislation, and then how we're moving forward with prenatal plans of safe care for families. So CAPTA was updated in 2016 for CARA to strike out the word illegal in front of substances due to the opioid epidemic that was occurring across the United States. So now it requires that policies and procedures address the needs of infants born and affected by substance abuse, withdrawal symptoms from prenatal substance exposure, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Any healthcare provider that's involved in delivery of these infants needs to notify the Child Protective Services System or agency in the occurrence of this condition of the infants for tracking purposes. And then a development of a plan of safe care is required to be completed as well. And this isn't just for that infant, but it's also for their mother and any other caregivers within the home. So the data requirements that are required for this legislation are actually put on DHHS Children and Family Services. So they have to report out the number of infants within Nebraska that are born affected by prenatal substance use, withdrawal symptoms, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Of those infants born, how many had a plan of safe care developed? And then how many of them had referrals made to appropriate services? The state of Nebraska hasn't put any restrictions on what services qualify as appropriate services, because at this point, any service given to that family to benefit them is a service that's needed for them. And so we don't want to restrict any service potentially being offered to that family. So first and foremost, we're never going to discourage anybody from calling the Child Abuse Neglect Hotline. So if there are any abuse neglect concerns when this infant is born, a report to the hotline is made. at that time. When that intake is accepted, a children and family services specialist is going to be assigned to that family and work with the medical providers in getting a copy of that plan of safe care. This plan of safe care really identifies the health and treatment needs, again, of that infant, mother, and then any other household member or caregiver. If a plan of safe care has not been developed, then that CFS specialist is going to work with the medical providers and that family in the development of this plan of safe care. Very first and foremost, that family has to be at the table when this plan is developed because it is for them. And then the data collection internally for DHHS is if the plan of safe care has been completed or not. So they are tracking internally so they can go and look if a family maybe doesn't have that plan of safe care yet on the system, to be able to get that on the system. And it doesn't have to be an actual plan of safe care document. It could really just be that discharge paperwork. There's no federal requirements on what this plan has to look like. We just need to ensure that the health and treatment needs are identified in that plan. When working on this project, a lot of states took the position of any infant that's being born under these conditions needs to be reported to the Child Welfare Agency. Luckily, when I was with DHHS, all my work was very much focused on prevention, and we did not want to go that route. So we developed, a notification pathway or process. And so we worked with multiple stakeholders in the medical community on how we could utilize this to make them feel comfortable providing a notification instead of a referral to the hotline. So this is only utilized when there are not concerns of abuse or neglect at the time of this infant's birth. So on the notification, there's a couple scenarios that we worked through for quite a while to make sure everybody was on board. So first and foremost, mother's stable and engaged in opioid medicated assisted treatment with a licensed physician. So if she's working through treatment and doing everything that's asked, and has those supports wrapped around her and for that child when it's born, they can continue to work through that without CFS involvement. If the mom's being treated for opioids for chronic pain, so if they still have that positive drug screen, but are able to identify that that drug screen is accurate with the prescription dose that the mother was given and it wasn't being abused or misused, then again, they can just continue with the notification process and that development of a plan of safe care. Stable and engaged in treatment for other non-opioid substance use, including alcohol. An infant is at risk for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. So oftentimes this isn't identified at the birth, but later on in that child's life. And so making sure that there's a plan developed so that it can follow that child so additional medical providers can keep a lookout for that. And then if the mom's engaged in substance use or misuse, but it doesn't rise to the level of abuse or neglect. And this is really up to the physician's judgment, as it is with any of these scenarios. So with this notification process, there is a form that is up on the DHHS public website for healthcare providers, hospitals to complete. It's just a one-page document, and there is no identifiable information on the family for this document because it does get sent into DHHS. So really it's looking at what hospital sending this in, the race and ethnicity of that family, so we can look at any disproportionality between who's getting notifications and who's getting reports to the CFS hotline. As well as if one of these scenarios was applicable, the substance or substances that were involved in the mother and child's screening. If there was the call me to the hotline, because some hospitals do a notification and a call to the hotline, and we don't want to double count those babies. If a plan of safe care was developed, and then if referrals to appropriate services were made. So again, this does get sent to DHHS, but there's no way for DHHS to track who this family is if they have prior history in the system or if they come in at a later date, so that family's protected and can feel like they can work with their medical team in this notification process and developing that plan of safe care. So because I'm a visual person, I also made this cute little diagram just to show that once that baby's delivered, if there are concerns, please call that hotline and that can be addressed through there. And if there aren't concerns for abuse and neglect and that family has supports and services and is doing what they need to do for themselves, any other caregivers, that infant and any other children in the home, we have this notification pathway that really links them up to community supports and resources. So this plan of safe care, if you guys want in your packet, page 10 is the plan of safe care template that we developed with all of our stakeholders. Again, this plan template does not have to be utilized. It can literally be like the discharge summary from the hospital that again includes all this information. So it needs to address the health and substance use treatment needs of the infant, mother, and any other caregivers in the home. If there's a significant other, maybe they're living with grandparents, aunts, or uncles, if they're also using and struggling with substances, then we need to address that as well, because that'll have an effect on that mother and on that baby. We need to focus on safety. How are we going to keep not only that infant and any other children in that home safe, but also the adults in that home safe? Who are going to be the supports? And this can be formal and informal supports. So within that plan of safe care, that's just a generic template that anybody across Nebraska can use. And so there are resources listed in there, and some resources may be available in certain areas and some may not, which we'll kind of talk about with our prenatal plans on how we address that issue. And then the strengths and goals post-discharge for that mom and the baby. Does mom want to try to breastfeed? Does she need to wait until she's testing clean to do that? That's a goal for her. How are we going to help her meet that goal? And then any other goals post-discharge for that mom or baby. When that plan of safe care is developed, whether it's developed by the hospital or by CFS, we ask that that plan of safe care be sent on to that child's pediatrician so that they can continue to follow with those needs for that baby. We also ask that it be sent on to that mother's either OBGYN or family physician, primary care physician, whomever she's going to continue to see postpartum, so that they can make sure that they're addressing her health and treatment needs as well through their capacity. Again, a plan needs to always be developed with the family. They need to have a place at the table when this is being developed. And a plan should be updated as it's needed until there aren't any health or substance treatment concerns anymore or needs. This can be done continuing to use that template. If the family's involved with CFS, it's continually put into the case plan for updates to make sure that all of those needs are addressed. And then just another little visual here. So when we developed that plan of safe care, we worked with the Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative, a lot of medical providers, administrators at hospitals, CHI, Methodists, as well as different disciplines and community providers across the state. When we were doing this, we also had an opportunity to attend a practice and policy academy that was put on by the National Center on Substance Abuse and Child Welfare. And through this practice and policy academy, we really got started thinking as a team, okay, we have this in place. We've been able to develop our plan of safe care like the legislation requires, but why are we waiting until the birth event? Why aren't we doing something through that potential 9 months while this mother's pregnant? How can we start helping this family sooner? So when our practice and policy academy was completed, we applied for 2 years of in-depth technical assistance again through the National Center. And that started in January of 2021 and just wrapped up this past December. So through that work with the practice and the National Center, we worked on developing prenatal plans of safe care. We picked 2 sites within Nebraska, Hastings and North Platte, and this was really due to the number of children ages 0 to 5 that are being removed because of parental substance use. And so our first site was Hastings, in which we did a walkthrough. We connected with their community response team, the coordinator and central navigator, to bring community members together from all spectrums that could play a part in this mother and or infant's life, to really see where there were barriers, gaps, where we could maybe connect some bridges for providers. And we started working together on how we can get everybody to communicate, and really refer to and be aware of the services that are available within their community. So overall, when we were developing these prenatal plans of safe care, we identified the goal to strengthen the family, help the mothers have a healthy pregnancy, and keep children safely at home. It gives the family, so when we were doing this, we developed a binder. And it's a physical binder that is given to the mother. And so when we give them the binder, it gives the families an organized way to help them demonstrate and communicate their strengths, needs, and accomplishments to the team that they're working with. Within this binder, we took this from a model in Houston, Texas. And as I said, in that plan of safe care template that you guys have, it is really resources all across Nebraska. But these binders, the resources within it are specific to that community. So in Hastings, there are resources that are available for those mothers in Hastings. In North Platte, where we just launched in June, those resources are specific to the families in North Platte. And so as we continue to move this project forward, we will continue the same process to make sure that the resources that we're giving them are the resources specific to their community. Our next step really is to do some data collection on keeping track of who's handing out the binders, how many binders are with mothers, and then once that baby is born, what were those outcomes? So that's kind of the next thing that we're really looking at with both of these pilot sites here. So like I mentioned, the binder model came out of Houston, Texas, and that first section within the binder really focuses on that plan of safe care. So these mothers are literally handed a physical, about 2-inch binder with these documents already printed and put in there with them. They have a sleeve for business cards, a pencil case sleeve, extra file folders in the back so they can keep all the materials from everybody that they're working with, from treatment to medical care to infant care and prenatal supports and anything else that the family may be getting. We always start off with just main demographics, any history that needs to be made aware of regarding substance use, mental health, family supports, who may also be in the home, who may be willing to help out with the family and with that baby when born, as well as strengths, goals, and where they see themselves in 3 to 5 years. This was a big one that we added based on people with lived expertise that we talked to. We really wanted to know what is going to help this family see this as a positive and a tool to help them along the road. The infant information is obviously updated when that baby is born. We also include referrals and services, again, specific to the community, and a relapse prevention plan. Oftentimes with treatment, there's going to be a relapse at some point. So let's have that plan put in place so we can make sure that everybody is protected and kept safe during that time. When we met with each community, Hastings and North Platte, we had areas of engagement that we had to identify. So how are we going to get these binders out to these mothers? First and foremost, we use those with live expertise to ask them where they were going and what they were doing while they were pregnant and potentially using or misusing substances. And those were the providers and people that we really connected with to gain their insight and see if they were willing to help with this project. So we have our creators, and these are the people that physically have the binders in their office that hand them out to mothers that are identified, connect with additional resources. So these can really ebb and flow on who these partners are. But first and foremost, we were thinking substance treatment providers, mental health treatment providers, hospitals, clinics, and home visiting. So Hastings is very lucky that they have the Bridge and the Mommy and Me program, and they are one of the creators of the prenatal binders in Hastings. So whenever a mom comes in and she's identified as being pregnant, they go through the prenatal binder with them and ask if they're willing to take that next step in utilizing it. Currently, there's about 3 moms moms at the bridge in Hastings that are utilizing the binder. At our relaunch in April, one of the moms did come and speak with us and just expressed how thankful she was to have a binder to keep all the information together. She had previously lost 2 children to the system, and was really hoping that this time around, with all the supports and services and going to treatment, that the outcome would be different. She said if she would have had this with her first 2 kids, maybe the outcome would have been different, because everything's kept together and she sees light at the end of the tunnel and there are people willing to help her. So that was really great to hear. And we're really excited to hear what happens when that baby is born. Our next group of people are called our interaction. So they don't create the binder, but they do play a part in the binder with editing or updating maybe some of this information that's found in the plan of safe care. So this could be OBGYNs, pediatricians, child welfare, the MCOs, if they have Medicaid, and peer support. So we have also engaged with the local CFS staff. And if they even have a mom maybe that's working an ongoing case currently that's pregnant, getting her wrapped into that binder. So maybe there's a different outcome when that infant's born, and they can work to reunification with any other children. And then we have those that are aware of the binder. So again, they're not handing out the binder. They don't really play a big part in the binder, but they're aware of it and they can connect these families to resources and services. So the big partner here is law enforcement, probation. Hastings has done a really great job of working to get their law enforcement staff aware of the plan of safe care. They oftentimes, when they came and spoke with us, they said, we see these humans, like when they're teenagers, maybe they're getting in trouble, probation, diversion, things like that. And they continuously have contact with them and they're able to identify if they're using substances. Maybe now she's pregnant and she wasn't pregnant, 2 months ago. And so they can be somebody to provide a resource to this mom, to connect them with a creator, somebody who has the binder, to engage them in that so that they have more successful outcomes. And then the rest of the binder is contacts, consent, and releases. So we do have a huge consent and release for that. All providers, treatment, mental health, substance use, OBGYN, so they can all communicate about this mom. One thing we really found out is that those that were treating the mother throughout her pregnancy were not communicating with each other. And so that was a big thing that we wanted to make sure that we addressed. And so that we made sure that the correct releases and consents were identified and signed so that everybody could talk to each other. If mom's drug testing somewhere, that's shared with everybody. It's in her binder, and she can share that as well. Child resources. So this was, again, something from our folks with lived expertise on how to choose a pediatrician. How do you go and have a conversation with this medical provider, not only for them to care for your infant when born, but also to work with you as their parent? Are you willing to work with me knowing I have this history with substance use or misuse? Are you going to treat me different than you may treat other parents? And so they really helped us pick some really good questions to kind of do an interview with the pediatricians in choosing the correct pediatrician for their family. Appointment and visit summaries, certificates and accomplishments, and then any notes or updates that they can provide. There's also some talking points for these moms on how they introduce this binder to their support team, to their OBGYN or any other supports or resources that they may be using in the community. It is their binder to own. We want them to feel empowered with using it and to see the positive that can hopefully come from using these binders. And hopefully we'll be able to get some peer support, follow up and contact with them after that baby is born to see these outcomes. So 2 things before I end here. I just want to note that a lot of our stakeholders have asked about an electronic form to this binder. So through an app or something like that, because they were worried about these moms having a physical binder with them. First and foremost, we've heard from a lot of people that have been through treatment or with lived expertise, different ways through the child welfare system and things like this, that having that physical binder saves them. they own it and it's something that keeps reminding them and that they continue to utilize. However, we do want to stay up with the times. And so we are working with a way that we can put this into an app, but it has to be a client-facing app. A lot of these apps and things are for providers to be able to go in and update and make notes. But again, this is something for the mother and the family to own. So we want them to be able to go in and have some of that control as well. So that's something that we're working on so that we can have both options available to families. And then I just want to touch on that just because a mother uses this prenatal plan of safe care binder is not a guarantee that there will not be a report to CFS. As much as that is, our goal, and we want them to have a good, healthy, safe pregnancy and to take that baby home with them. This is just a prevention tool to build that network and system. We can't control if somebody does make a report to the hotline, but if they do and CFS knocks on their door, comes to the hospital, they have this binder and they can show them all the work that they've been doing through their pregnancy, the supports and resources that they have around them to help them now that the baby is here. But we just want to provide an option so that there's an answer before a removal is necessary. And that is all I have. I do have my email address up here if there's any questions or anything in the future for you guys, or if there's any questions now.
Thanks. Are there any state or federal guidelines on drug testing infants at birth, or is it always up to hospital staff and physicians if they have concerns?
It's hospital by hospital basis. So each one specifically in Nebraska do have kind of their own policy on how they decide if they're going to do testing or no testing. And that's another thing, like the plans of safe care are federally required, but the prenatal plans are not at this time. And so we're just taking that extra step to prevention. Anything else?
I guess I'm just a little bit curious, like what education or support have the parents been given to in preparing their youth? I mean, now they have a child with fetal alcohol syndrome, and when they hit, first grade or second grade, they might not act the same way in the classroom. Are those parents also given information on how to work with the schools to help that youth develop down the road?
They can be. Those are resources and partners that we've had at the table, specifically trying to utilize a lot of peer support, but also our partners with EDN and how they can help prepare that family and any other resources. Again, it's voluntary at this point, so whatever that family is willing to take on. But what we heard when we were talking to some medical professionals is specifically with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, a lot of families weren't being sent to the specialty clinic here in Nebraska until it was time for that child to be adopted through CFS when a subsidy was needed. So they weren't getting the care and the resources they needed when that child first could have been identified for FASD. And so we're working with some of the medical professionals on how can we bring awareness to those pediatricians to ensure that they're making that referral to a specialty clinic as soon as signs are being seen, because they're not really being identified at this time. Oh, I'm told one more because after me is lunch. So.
I'm Judith. I work at the hotline. So we get a lot of calls about drug testing, but nothing about alcohol testing. Is there, there's no alcohol fetal syndrome babies coming into the hotline. How do I identify those children? Is there testing or is there any, work at getting that done?
Yeah, so I am by no means an expert in fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but oftentimes, unless it's a very severe case, it's not identified at birth. It's oftentimes identified closer to ages 3 to 5. in those children. So it may not be identified at the birth event when a call is being made to the hotline. And so that's why it's something that's identified and we want on that plan of safe care to be pushed onto that pediatrician, which they should already be getting those medical records to know that there may be a potential for that so they can continue to follow up as that child gets older and develops. Can they do testing?
Do they test for alcohol?
No. Not to my knowledge. I can come back and answer your question.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikayla. All right, we are going to be going to lunch here pretty soon. The food is ready back there. We'll be dismissing by tables so that it's a little more manageable at the line. This will be a working lunch. You've got your case scenario 2 in the packet. So feel free to start that at your tables and then we'll dismiss maybe one row at a time. And then when you come back to your table, you can work on some of those questions. All right, so it is about 11:50. Is that right? So our lunch will go until 12:20. We'll do some takeaways. Great, thank you. All right, everybody. Let's do some really, really quick takeaways, and then I'll introduce our next speaker. In this part of the scenario, we were talking a little bit about child development, a little bit about trauma, safety issues. What notes did you have on those questions? Okay. That is totally fine. You can always look at it during the break, right? One thing I did really want to address is, I wanted to have a question here about strengths because it's also important to recognize a family's strengths, right? What strengths are you seeing in this family up to this point? Oh, yes. Stability in the home environment. So there are consistent people there. Maybe Kenzie comes and goes, but this child does know that they have these people to rely on. Anything else? Yeah. Kenzie does come back. Yes, that's consistent as well. We know she's coming back. They do have transportation. They have some of their basic needs met. Another thing we've talked about in other groups is that they have some awareness of these issues, right? They can identify they have some mental health struggles, and that's also good. That's a first step. And then services, maybe you can jot down a couple notes. We learned about a couple services with the presentations this morning. All right. Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to introduce our next presenter. All right. Judge Douglas Johnson was appointed to the separate juvenile court of Douglas County, Nebraska in 1993 and retired recently after serving 26 years on the bench. He taught juvenile law as an adjunct professor at Creighton University School of Law for 25 years, and he now provides training throughout the country on a variety of issues related to juvenile and child welfare law. Judge Johnson is a past president of the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges and a longtime member of its teaching faculty and committees. In 2005, he started Nebraska's first birth to 5 family drug treatment court. And in 2014, the program was renamed impact from infancy, and expanded to include all families with children from birth to 5 in the Douglas County Juvenile Court. Additionally, Judge Johnson spearheaded a statewide child welfare multidiscipline training called Helping Babies from the Bench from 2008 to 2014. This training has now become Project Embrace. So please join me in welcoming Judge Johnson.
How good of you to take time out of your busy schedules to be here. And hi to everybody in Zoom land. Guess we got a lot of Zoomers. Says a lot about you as an individual that you would make this a priority. Not everybody did. So all of you in your various roles, from legal to service to educational to foster parents to CASAs, here in this room, throughout our state and throughout the country, are others like us doing this work. Here's the difference. To do a common thing uncommonly well brings success. To do a common thing uncommonly well brings success. So how each one of us conducts ourselves with those we serve, the excellence that we bring to our task, collaborating and respecting one another with our respective roles and responsibilities as a synergy. And that synergy results in children and families thriving. Could you be doing anything else better? Amazing, huh? So, how about this? Isn't this what we're talking about? Birth to 3 to 5 to 8, the most formative years of a child's life, when the brain is hardwiring for social, emotional, cognitive, relational well-being or not. And we take these families as we find them. The parent you meet on day 1 might not be the parent you see 30 days later. We take them as we find them. And we know in helping the family, if we have to remove the child, we've done collateral damage. This is not about perfect. And perfect is the enemy of good. But when we do good, whoa. I've heard you tell stories about what you've done and the personal satisfaction you have from being in your role, your job, your work, your profession. So I'm privileged to be here with you briefly, Now, anybody held a baby recently? Yeah? Not so much the rest? You know, we forget how darn small they start. First little shoe. We call this a vulnerable person, pre-verbal. We're going to talk about some stuff together, And I don't want you non-lawyers to get your knickers in a twist. Because the law affects you. It affects all of us, and we've got to know it. You don't have to go to law school to know this stuff. What do you think the earliest law from the feds to the states was, and what year that started to affect that which we do? Any ideas? Well, yeah, okay. I see the carbs are hitting. 1974 CAPTA, the original CAPTA. From that, guardians ad litem were established. Let's go to 1980. Any idea what happened 43 years ago that affects what we do to this very day? Anybody know what the law is? The Adoption Assistance and Child Welfare Act of 1980, Public Law 96-272. This, my friends, is where reasonable efforts comes from. To our department friends, please don't get mad at us, judges, but we're to hold you accountable for the kids in care and the families before us. That law said, hey, judge, pay attention. You're supposed to look at the evidence from the caseworkers, the specialists, to the lawyers, to well up into evidence for findings about whether reasonable efforts were offered to prevent that child from coming into care. And reasonable efforts to have that child return home. Why do you think this happened? Too many kids in foster care. And they're not getting home and they're not getting adopted or guardianship or anything like that. So it was meant to say, pay attention. That made judges gatekeepers through Congress of CPS. And they thought, maybe the judges ought not just adjudicate and then have the agency handle everything until it comes time for a termination of parental rights or some other closure. That's where 6-month reviews started. 1980, in case you're wondering where that came from. Now, don't you feel better knowing this? But wait, there's more. 26 years ago, another law came in that amended that law and added to it. What was that? Yes, ASFA. And as we all know, there are some who don't know their ASFA from a hole in the wall. But we're working on it. Yeah, we're going to keep that and we're going to add something. Reasonable efforts to achieve permanency. And guess what? Instead of 18 months from the 1980 law, because too many kids are still in foster care, we're going to say 12 months. Things ought to be wrapped up. But there are exceptions to give more time as needed. Give the judge some evidence. This parent's making progress but needs more time. This parent should have had inpatient substance use, medical assisted treatment, and mental health help, but it wasn't available, so we did Band-Aids. But now that this parent's in that program, they're doing great. They need more time. And because the law is fair to parents, all their rights are enforced. And because there's a presumption that parents have the right to raise their kids. That's one side. The other side is this child who also has rights. And one of the rights is to a timely, decent caregiver. And we hope it's with that parent or parents. But we've got a plan from day one in case going home doesn't work. What did ASFA give us to help us do that? It's kind of schizophrenic. Concurrent planning, yes. Oh, you're making me feel better. Oh, yeah, concurrent planning. Think about that. Planning for adoption and reunification at the same time. And guess what? We don't check boxes. You have to offer honestly reasonable efforts for both. Now, could you have more fun anywhere else today? Doesn't cost you a nickel more. Okay, then I think we'll proceed. We're going to talk some of this law, folks, because it's good to know. Helps you be grounded in what's happening. Then when you see that judge and you wonder why the heck did they order this or that, you'll know why. But the judge only makes as good a decision as the information that wells up from all of you experts, through the lawyers, to the judge, to the record, to findings and orders. You want a good decision? Give good information. Now, learning objective. Is there any way we can get rid of that top bar? I think they call it a floating something or other. There goes the floaties. Thank you. Learning objectives. Okay, we talked about this one, I think. My clicker's not working. I'm sorry. Come on. There we go. Why we want to focus on the youngest of the young. You've learned a lot about that already. We've talked about that. Ooh. You ever heard start from the start? That's what I'm talking about. We're going to get into how to start from the start. And here we are. It's a collaborative. We need each other. We do better together. If I ever thought I had all the answers, my Irish mother would give me quickly my comeuppance. But my sweet dad was smart enough to tell me, stay in school, make like a fish. You never know enough. Keep learning. We're together. I'm learning from you all the time, and we learn from one another. If you don't know your counterparts, invite them for coffee. Learn about their world, your interconnection, how you can work together. Here's some facts. You've heard these from a couple of different people, so quickly. And this one is all bad. Ooh, all these laws were supposed to stop this. Multiple placements. You know, if you've checked out any of the early work with Dr. Jack Schoenkoff or Bruce Perry or Dr. Joy Osofsky, Alicia Lieberman, all these wonderful, smart people and all this stuff, they will tell you that we used to move kids in foster care because we thought it was good for them. You cannot attach to somebody you're not with. Now, I have some relatives. That's okay. But not if you want to have a connection, a relationship. And here we are. We're dealing with developmental delays or damage. So why not? You're here. Here's my challenge to you. Go out and convince others, the people who aren't here, that could have been here. Take it back home. Don't just get your CLEs. Say, hey, you know what? Out of all the things we're talking about, here's one thing I'm doing tomorrow when I go to work. Maybe a small thing. And then maybe you get together and you say, hey, here's a bigger thing we'd like to go after. How do we bring us together to do that? Right? Okay, so consider this from Dr. Lieberman. And as you read it, do you find this is true for yourself if you were a parent? Did you ever swear to yourself when you had a kid, I will not say what my father said if. I won't say what my mom said if. And then something happens and we don't self-regulate and the cortical function goes, and you go, and you go, I'm yelling. I am out of regulation and I'm acting like an idiot. So these parents are going to have feelings about this stuff as they're learning from the experts about not perfect parenting, adequate parenting. They're going to be seeing this through a trauma lens from how they were raised. Okay? We've got to check that. We've got to be careful. CAPTA, we've talked about this. This is where we get our Part C eval. Be quite clear. I did a pop quiz and some lawyer said, oh yeah, that's that C-section thing. Oh, okay. I thought they knew some basic medical terms, one of which is not the Part C as compared to a C-section. And then it was enhanced with IDEA, the Individual Disability Education Act, which I love, and the referral on any mood-altering substances. Now, there is more than this, and you've seen some of the charts with this, and I'm not going to go into that, but we know these are a few of the tools. If you don't have them, figure out how to get them. When we first started on this road many a year ago, working with court improvement, Kelly Hoffman's one of the ones who was there, and Amy Bunnell and others. Medicaid would not pay for this. Kids 5 and under couldn't have a mental health diagnosis. Remember, Kelly? Can't do that. And by the way, we don't want to hear from Judge Lederman and Dr. Joy Osofsky down in Florida. What do they know? That's all domestic violence related stuff for this. Our application was going to be a 0 to 5 family drug treatment court. It took years. And even now, what gets paid to you therapists, you know, is not paying the freight. We need to pay people what the service is worth, right? They deserve that. So here's a recipe for any court in the country. Very simple. Each one could be a deep dive we don't have time for. First, a good judge models civility, respect, and holds others with the kind of regard that they deserve. Our ethics require that. You too can model the same sort of behavior. A lot of these families will not have dealt with someone like you who's a steady Eddie, fair, dependable person who keeps his or her word. They live in a random, violent, unpredictable world where people don't keep their promises. In fact, they lie. Your example, whoever you are, will speak volumes. Again, we take parents as we find them through that trauma lens. They are coming to us wounded. Time is of the essence, folks. Time is of the essence. I want to borrow from a psychologist friend of mine who said, stop thinking of our kind of calendar. When a kid's in care, think dog years, 1 to 7. That's how time works for kids in care. Have you heard of front-loading services? Well, we borrow that term from construction. It's an old concept that was tested in a number of jurisdictions where they found through pilots that when we offer services up front at the earliest point, family issues resolve sooner. But you say, just like that referral for the EDN eval, I can't order the parent to do that. Well, yeah, you can. Can I make the parent get a substance eval, pre-adjudication, go to treatment, domestic violence accredited therapy program, and so forth? No, but I can offer it to them. Can we order all reasonable and necessary services for the child? Pre-adjudication? Yes. Does everybody know what an adjudication is? Fancy name in the juvenile code for a trial, or a hearing where there are findings made about whether charges are true or not. To adjudicate. We know from mental health experts that affirming the least right step a parent or child makes magnifies itself many, many times. Way better than get in on their case. We balance this to hold them accountable, but affirm the least right step. Does that make sense? So in family drug treatment court, I had a smarty pants banker, college educated, very bright woman, did well, except heroin got in her way. The cool people's drug. Comes in with the baby. You know, she could out-talk anybody in the room. And I was smart enough to realize she's way smarter than me. You know, take Abe Lincoln's advice. Keep your mouth shut and they might assume you know something and not prove yourself stupid. She's great, great, great. And then she wasn't great. Come back, talk your pants off. Great, great, great. Then not so great. Then she's gone for a month. And one day she just shows up in the back. And I see her. And then the team gets together and they're huddling and talking. And pretty soon they come and they say, well, we want to call this up, Judge. You know, Miss So-and-so hasn't done, didn't do, disappeared, didn't see her baby. You know, we think we ought to file a motion for termination of parental rights. And I would say, is there anything else? And then I'd say, you know, Miss Jones, did you have a chance to talk to your lawyer about this? Yes. Did you know that all this sort of commentary was coming your way? I suspected. I said, okay, there is no termination of parental rights action filed presently. We're here on this. And the way I see it is, we ought to give her a round of applause. Let's give Miss Jones a round of applause. Everybody's looking at me like I'm, what? You showed up. You came back to court. Now we're going to get on that horse and giddy up on forward. We're going to make progress. We're going to find out from your therapist where we stand on things, what we need to do now. You're here. Let's get going again. She couldn't believe it. Bless you. ADR is your friend. The judge who rules least rules best. Anything can be mediated. Pre-hearing conferences, I loved them. Not everybody agrees, you know. I thought it was brilliant. We borrowed it from Pima County, Arizona. I mean, I thought it was sheer brilliance to use mediation right at the front of the case. My colleagues were not so enamored. It happens. Different ways of seeing things. If you don't experience the success, sometimes it's hard to share the joy. But setting the tone means everything. We set the tone, whoever you are, in your role. Right? So if you act like it's not important, nobody else will think it's important. All right, now, 3 things. 1, intense judicial oversight. That means you come back to court frequently, and you don't have to be a specialty court. So if this is not happening in your jurisdiction, and you're in a through the eyes of the child collaborative, or you have some access to your court community, you might just take a look at case progression. How long does it take to come back to court? Without pointing fingers. Everybody's too busy. Everybody has no more time. Everybody can't do one more thing. I've heard it all. Front load those services. And intensive case management through CPS, who works with the service providers. That's it. That's a solution-seeking court. We can dive down to each one. Things we pay attention to and keep fine-tuning it, and we get the services up front, and we stay on it, things get better or clarified quicker. It works. It works. All right. How about some goals for the children? I need a caretaker. Who am I going to live with? And this ought to be decided 12 months or sooner. Ideally with the bio parent. Stop these multiple placements of a child. The first placement ought to be the last. And it ought to be a foster adoptive relative in case you need that. You say, well, we can't find that on day 1. Well, guess what? Fostering Connections from 2008 said you got to give notice to all these adult relatives within 30 days of the day case opens up. And everybody went, we can't do that. Well, yeah, we can, and we did. Got to find them. I don't particularly like social media, but it sure does find people. Caseworkers always say, well, you know, Judge, I was snooping around on Facebook, and guess what I found? I go, gumshoes. Amazing. It worked. We meet all those early developmental needs. And their best interest and safety is what? Just one caring, consistent, predictable caregiver, adult. Now, please consider this because that is the mandate. We are looking to the future. That's what we have to do. The law requires it. The ultimate resolution in keeping this child safe. So we don't want just any old relative. We want to make sure this is going to fly. And if you can't do that, then we go to agency-based foster care. Fine. Parents. I've got stats that says this is true. Substance use disorder and mental health. It's dual diagnosis. You saw in the stats, or no, you're going to see in the stats, I guess, about what are the causes going into care. But a lot of cases get pled out, and you probably have seen that happen. So let's imagine you have an unsafe, dirty house, mental health, substance use, domestic violence, etc. Defense attorney will probably say to the prosecutor, hey, look, we'll plead out on unsafe, dirty house. Kick the rest. Well, okay. Now, you know what an adjudication is. Do you know what a disposition is? Come on, give me a... Come on, I'm not going to grow hair, you know. Through a hearing that's called a dispositional hearing. Yeah, that's the hearing where you all inform the judge how to fix this. The thing that was found true needs a plan to correct. It's got to be reasonable, fair, and relate to what was found true. Now, let's see. We do unsafe, dirty house, and guess what? It keeps getting dirty. You know, you can send Merry Maids till the cows come home. Do you think the problem is an unsafe, dirty house? That's a symptom, not a cause. So prosecutors here, don't take those vanilla pleas, nor judges either. You cannot confer jurisdiction on a judge. Let's have the real cause of action, folks. And for the defense lawyers who may say, you're talking pie in the sky. Well, even in your professional code of ethics, in your duty to zealously represent your client is also your client's social interests. What might that be in a child welfare case? Get your kid back. And smart defense lawyers know to pound on the table to get the reasonable efforts for their client that will help that happen. This is not a criminal case. Most of them aren't. The sooner you get into services, the sooner things get better and the greater the chances of success are for that parent. Delayed assessments and evaluations and waiting for some help and then waiting to get into care kills the case. Any goodwill on the part of the parent dissipates. They're left in the quagmire, right? We've got to have timely access to services. Do it again. Can you hit it one more time for me? Okay. Active participation, and that means it's going to look different on day one than down the road a bit. That's okay. They showed up. We want to take the time to let them know we're glad you're there. To make sure that they understand what's going on, to answer their questions, to use language that they can understand. And we're talking basic parenting skills. Deal with whatever it is to be able to adequately take care of your child. Then you go home. all in the context of due process and fair hearings, the right to be heard and respected. Now, the toggle bar is back up there. Okay, you know who thought this up, right? Who's that? Maslow, that smart guy. We are not talking about self-actualization here for our families. We're talking to start out with food, clothing, shelter, the basics. And if we don't make sure they're covered, we're never going anywhere else. Do they have somewhere to sleep tonight that's safe? Have they had any medical care at all? If they've been using meth, they are rotting from the inside out. Their teeth are a mess. They hurt. If you hurt, that's a trigger for relapse. Right? We got to get tuned up. Got to get a safe harbor. And from that safe harbor, we can work. Okay. Well, got any juice? Oh, good. Oh, thanks. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Oh, yeah, there we go. So we're going to focus on both parent and child holistically. Family time is the lifeblood of the relationship between child and parent. It has to be meaningful and ample. Ideally, we reside back together soon and safe, and the programs you may have in your community where parents live with their children while they're in care are primo. They have the best record of success. You don't have that and want it, there are ways to get it. We got ours with a grant. Somebody was willing to step out and say, let's do what they're doing over there in San Jose. Looks like that's a good thing. They have a lot of good. Why don't we bring the San Jose team in to teach us? Let's have a training. Let's find out how this works. Let's get all of us like this together. Let's talk about what's possible. How do we get there? I suppose you want the answer. Deb, do I have to give them the answer? I do. Well, my friends, have I got the answer? The enhanced resource guidelines, improving court practice in child welfare cases. Some people hate this, drives them crazy. That's because they like to live in their goldfish bowl. They don't know there's an ocean out there. And you know what happens in a goldfish bowl? With time, it gets murky, cloudy, stinky, and the fish dies. But that fish is going to do what it's always been doing. Repeating because they don't know. This is tested. I've got studies that shows this works. Now, I thought we would this time call them practice cards from all your points of view. Again, they didn't like my idea. They still call them bench cards, which I think is a little egotistical. It's us, not just the judges. And we've recently come up with a new one for guess who? Child welfare caseworkers. Ooh. Now, you need one of these. What's it going to cost you? Nothing. Go to www. That's kind of standard, huh? You think you could skip that part now? NCJFCJ.org. Pop in enhanced resource guidelines. Pop in publications. You'll find stuff on everything we do. Downloadable or free. So, folks, the courts who have done this find several things. One, kids get home sooner and safely, and the case closes quickly, or we get to alternative permanency sooner and quickly, and we close the case. And when parents have been treated fairly from the start, often will relinquish rights to a known relative caregiver. And you know those kids are going to find those parents anyway eventually. But the child has somebody who's going to take care of them and marshal that out. Now, I can tell you, I've been to many a jurisdiction. In case you don't know this, most courts do what is called round robin assignment of cases. Know what that is? All right, you're all judges. New case comes in, boom, goes to you. Next case to you, next case, and it just goes around, right? We spread out the task evenly. We won't get into the fact you've got one parent, one child. You've got 4 parents, 12 children. What's a caseload? Only to find out that the court administration said, for some reason, your 2 caseloads go down quicker than these 3. So I'm going to keep giving you extra cases. I'm going to make you all even. And then one of these days, you 2 were talking and said, hey, my bailiff tells me they keep filing all these cases on us. And in Nebraska, it's called 3A cases, right? 43, 247, 3A. How come we keep getting, I just signed a protective order. How could this be? And they have a little meeting. And then they find out from the court administrator, oh, well, judge, yours always goes down so fast for some reason. And since yours don't, well, I just fill you 2 up and keep everybody even. That's not round robin, that's dumping. Because we got 3 hoodlums who won't do the job. Just kidding. These work. We have studies that show they work. Work smarter, not harder. All right? This means quality hearings, timely hearings from start to finish. That's what this is about. And it will lead you how to do that. Get them. I promise you will not be disappointed. Whoops. Now I'm throwing stuff. Okay. The very first hearing is so darn important because it sets the tone for everything else that follows. When we do it right on day one, we don't have to fix mistakes down the road. What do you think are the 2 biggest problems across the country, unresolved, that delays permanency? I'm sorry? That's a big one. Case turnover, but it's a little bit different. But that's very good. Parentage. Absent parents. Not brought into the fold. And ICWA, which, as you know, in spite of Texas, Indiana, and Louisiana's trying to get it kicked, our Supreme Court, much to my surprise, I can't go politics, sorry. As a student of the law, I was surprised to see that ICWA was affirmed. And then it kind of gave me some hope. Anybody know how old that law is? Close. 78, yes. Because we decimated a population and took away their culture. And it was trying to say, wait a second. And that's why all the standards are up. Active efforts beyond a reasonable doubt to terminate, clear and convincing for the underlying case. All the things about placement preference and following Indian customs. People don't do that. So what gets in the way of a quality hearing from day one? Cooperation. In other words, the lack thereof. Yeah, how about this? Are we getting the tone right? I once heard of a judge who, when the defense attorney said, as just the client just came in and was talking to the client in the ear, all rise. Judge, if I could just have a second here, I need to confer with my client. Nope. Court started. Well, Judge, I just need a minute. Nope. Well, then, Judge, I'm going to move for continuance. Overruled. Judge, if I could just have a couple of minutes to talk to my client. I said I called up the hearing. You keep this up, you're in contempt of court, you're going to jail. Which is exactly where that defense attorney wound up. That's not setting the tone. Rather, it would have been good to say, counsel, I noticed that you're speaking with your client, and would it help if we took a little break here and we'll get together like, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10, whatever. We'll get some coffee and have a chance for you all to talk. Would that be of help? Judge, that would really help. Now, several things happen. One is the client knows that I want to make sure that that lawyer is prepared and I'm going to respect that relationship. And it tells everybody else too, we're not going to do a muscle over here. Public defender's got a tough job. They often just meet their client right the day of the hearing. They can send out letters. They can call. They can do whatever. So knowing that, why would I roughshod, steamroll that thing, huh? That set the tone. Oh boy, we don't know enough. Now let's see. Here's my affidavit. Here's my motion to remove. And if the child was removed, are you telling me we're not smart enough to read what's in the affidavit and think of some things to fix? If those are the very things that result in removal, we don't have some things to fix? How can we not know what would be of help? We don't have to know everything under the sun, do we? We could make some moves. Positive ones. Strained relationships. What if grandma's there, ticked at her son? I told you my grandkid was going to wind up in foster care if you didn't knock off those drugs. Right? Managing strained relationships. Oh, this isn't going to work. The parents are upset. Well, of course they're upset. Who wants to come to court? And they just had their child removed. This could be their worst day. We talked about this one. Oh my gosh, there's a TBR filed. So what? Let's come together and talk about where we're at, where we might go, what our options are. This then means we're not checking a list, but we're talking about a quality hearing. Roadblocks. How long are your protective custody hearings? Now, I'm not pointing fingers, and I'm not asking you to either, but what I still find, most places, it's about 15 minutes or less. The affidavit goes down, removal order occurred, now we come to court, they still want to have removal, resubmit the affidavit, supervise family time, set the pretrial, goodbye. And the parent goes to the door and says, what just happened? So we who are familiar with how all of this works, we know the lingo, right? We know how it's going to play out in this particular courtroom. The parent doesn't. And this is about that parent and their child. So we need to back up and slow down and make it meaningful. So 5 key issues go through the enhanced resource guidelines that we've got to get on top of, resolve, and stay on top of till it is completed. First, the parents, are they involved or committed? Get them in. By the way, when's the last time you ever saw anybody prove up maternity? Are you sure you're the mother of this child? I don't know what it is, But as I look around the room, I would say women outnumber men like big. That kind of tells you something, doesn't it? Huh. Indian Child Welfare Act. The standard is reason to know. If a parent says, I think I have tribal ancestry, boom, we go with it. We don't wait for verification. My friend Sheldon Spotted Elk, who is a native New Mexico, and a lawyer, he likes to call this the gold standard, and he wishes all families in the child welfare system had the protections of ICWA. The law would say when you raise evidentiary standards, non-lawyers, you may not know that, but think about it. When you raise the evidentiary standard to a higher one, more stringent, it follows that the findings of fact the judge makes are better, more accurate, because the quality of information went up. Make sense? Yeah. I don't know a judge who doesn't want to make a good decision. But if you ever find a judge who doesn't want to make a good decision, make sure you work on a way to get them out. Is it contrary to the welfare? That is required since ASFA in the very first finding of the court, or it is fatal. We will not recoup federal matching dollars for the child in care. The case will go on. CPS will still have to pay for everything, but you won't have the help of the feds. Can this child safely go home? It drives people crazy. Stop asking that question. Well, why are we here? That's what we want to know, don't we? Well, sure we do. So if the child can go home, how are we going to do it? Give me a safety plan. Show me. Checks and balances, right? But if the child can't go home, then let's name that. And then we need to make findings of fact. Ms. Volchek, it gives me no pleasure to make this finding, but based on the evidence, unfortunately, your use of methamphetamine gets in the way of your ability to take care of your baby Sally. This all could change. If I have jurisdiction, you will have the services that can help you do that. I'm hoping you'll follow through on them if we do. Right now, I cannot have Sally with you. You know, explain it. You know, if I see a parent start to cry, I might say, let's take a moment. And I'll say, Miss Volchek, I can see this really upsets you and you're troubled. And as much as this day is so hard, I'm glad to see that it upsets you that Sally can't go with you, because to me, it shows you care. And if we have jurisdiction, and if you hang in there, this is all going to be working out, and you're going to be able to go to the reunification picnic, and we're going to be celebrating your family back intact. If you don't know what the reunification picnic is, email me. Family time, make sure it's good, quality, ample. Reasonable efforts. For the children, it's mandatory. Wait, Judge, I don't want that Part C eval. Thank you so much, Ms. Volchek. We're going to get you some information because you might just find this is a wonderful tool. We don't know if it'll be needed, but we need to get the assessment to find out. And you know, Sally, better than anybody here. We'd love you to be a part of this. But because I'm the judge and I got the case, I can't order this, even if you don't want to do it right now. I'd rather we work together. Talk to your lawyer, get some more information on this. Right now, I'm making the referral for the assessment. I hope you understand. I don't mean any disrespect to you, ma'am. Right? Set the tone. It's the law. Judges must treat all persons in their court with respect, civility, dignity. They have the right to be heard without bias, prejudice, for any reason. And to be an independent finder of fact who deals fairly with the issues and family before him or her. Now, our first hearing then. Help the judge make a good decision. Engage the parents. Don't just talk about them. You know the old phrase, nothing about us without us. Engage them. What do you think? Find a strength. Find a strength. Any strength, a little strength. You showed up. You know, Ms. Volchek, do you have any questions about this hearing we've had? Yeah, Judge, I want my kid back. When's that going to happen? Well, that's what we want too, but I don't know yet because here's this issue of the methamphetamine that's got to be corrected so that Sally can safely go home, and that's up to you. I've got to have evidence that that's been resolved. I'm waiting. So, we have to make findings again from 46 years ago, 26 years ago, 43 and 26. This is required findings, folks. It affects everything you do. The reasonable efforts to prevent the removal, to allow return. That remaining in the home would be contrary. This child cannot safely go home. Now we have to go, and it's a whole other training, Each one of us as individuals comes with a trauma history. Each one of us or our families have had experience that shape how we see the world. Consequently, there could be some things that ring your bells. One of them for me always was, I cannot stand to have someone lay a hand on another person. Domestic violence drives me nuts. I won't give you the particulars on that right now, but let me tell you, it's a sensitive issue for me. So I had to hold myself in check. Well, safety plans can work. You get the right oversight. What is your tipping point? What are your own issues? What do you bring in your past? Are you risk adverse? When's enough to say, go home? What is that? We try to get it objectified, numerically, but it's still a subjective decision. Any law enforcement people? Well, if you've talked to a law enforcement person with a little bit of seasoning, they will tell you, especially for the young law enforcement folks, they're afraid. They go out, they see these situations, and when in doubt, pull them out. I protect and serve. I don't give services. That's you guys. Then we're done. All I know is the kid's safe. Well, maybe we could have worked that out. Okay, key findings. You just saw that. You just saw that. Yes, we're holding the department accountable. Relatives, get them on board. Find out your strengths. Clarify the knuckleheads. Move them out of the way. This statute, again, came through our collaboration and court improvement. People couldn't believe that he volunteered for services and you had a pre-hearing conference or other sort of settlement conference or ADR, that the parent could get the eval, get services. Defense bar could not believe it was not going to be an admission against interest, right? In other words, I did it. This gave them a safe harbor. Other states borrow this from me all the time. When we have a relative, are they really foster adopt? Would they consider that? What would it take? Do they know that you will support them, that there could be a subsidy, that they will be protected if they've got a dangerous situation with one of the parents? Take a look at those. Look familiar? Anything else we need to do? Look at those things. Then, because notice can be difficult because we have parents who are transient, we give the notice on the record for the next hearing. Everybody knows now we're meeting. What else needs to be done now? And what are we going to do to ask, how can I help? Not what's the matter with you. How can I help? So why not give parents books to read to kids from the bench? Get your judge some books. Talk to EDN and in multiple languages. Kids really like these ones that stick out. They start to grab them. Oh, but my kid's chewing on the book. Would you like a new one? That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to chew on those. They're teething. That's fine by me. Anybody have one of these when you're a kid? These people don't. Through CASA, lawyers, caseworkers, other people who cared about what we were doing, every kid gets one of these. What is this? It's a bear. Yeah, well, what do the psychologists call it? Transitional object. This is my bud. Goes with me everywhere. Right? Well, will I get to keep my bear forever? It's your bear. Period. Try to give some help. How about a duffel bag for parents to have a go pack? Baby blanket, wipes, formula, bottles. Give them some dignity. Same thing for the kids going to foster care so their stuff doesn't go into a trash liner bag. We can do that. Relatives, this is the time to get the buy-in. Just the last couple of things. Always check this when you're worried about the parent's progress. There's a difference between the inability to comply because I haven't had enough time for help and refusing to do it. And only the clinician can help us know which is which and go from there. Last, let me just bypass. You can read these later, but right, parenting classes, that's a certificate for the amount of time your rear end was in the seat. How about a demonstrable training program, a parenting coach? And then when we talk about, well, I'm going to pass on this because you can see it in a minute. Increasing the family time increases the chances for reunification. And then lastly, just think about this engagement idea. Ms. Fulchuk, what's a highlight of being Sally's mom this last week? Could you describe that? Oh, the amazing things a parent will say. And you'll see a heartfelt response. What was the challenge of being a parent last week? Oh, she was colically. I didn't even sleep. She's screaming in my ear. I was going to go crazy. What'd you do? Well, I did what they said in child parent psychotherapy, and I took a mommy moment. And I tried my deep breathing exercises, and I calmed myself down. And then I was ready to go again. Yeah, let's give Ms. Fulchuk a round of applause. Great job, right? Favorite foods, toy, blanket, rituals. What frightens your child, right? Lots of these things are from therapists to engage with the parent that all of us can do. And then they own it. How about that? And how do you feel? Okay, so I think we are out of time. Books, don't forget that. Give the judges some evidence. All wells up from you. We've talked about the law. Law is your friend. It helps you do your job. Help the judge make better decisions. Get the services up front. We can have cases resolved quicker. All right? Study. Get those enhanced resource guidelines and other documents there. They're all for free. So, voila. Questions? If you want to email me at some other time, because I think we're pressed, I'm happy to visit with you or talk to you on the phone, whatever you'd like. I wish you well in the work you do. It's vital, vitally important. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge Johnson. I enjoyed all the props today. All right, I'm going to introduce one more speaker before we take another break. Oh, you're fine. Thanks. All right, Stacy Scholten. She currently serves as the Assistant Vice President of Early Childhood Mental Health at the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation. In this position, she provides technical assistance to communities that are partnering with early childhood providers and systems and working to enhance the social and emotional development of young children. Before coming to Nebraska Children in 2019, Stacy worked for 12 years in the child welfare system. 7 of these years were at the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Stacy worked to bring system and DHHS divisional partners together to address the well-being of children and families involved with child welfare. Stacy holds a master's degree in early childhood development and is passionate about preventing families' long-term involvement in systems. Please give a warm welcome to Stacy.
Hello. Okay. Move that up just a little bit. Okay. I know it's been a long afternoon, a long morning. We've had a lot of good information presented. What I really think is really kind of funny and that I love about how this whole day came together is that none of the presenters looked at each other's presentations before we got to day 1 of our tour last week. And all of the information really builds well on one another, but this presentation is a little more, you're going to be talking more. So hopefully the information that you got this morning, the information you got from Judge Johnson just now, hopefully we're going to be able to talk a little bit about that and what that looks like for application in whatever realm you are serving with families and children. So everybody get your phone out. Nope, just kidding. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. Well, there's supposed to be a QR code. I don't know what happened to it. So instead, I'm just going to give you all the verbal instructions. So we'll see how well you can take 1, 2, and 3 step instructions. Okay. So you got your phone. Everybody go to Menti, MENTI.com, menti.com. If you're online, you can also go to menti.com, MENTI. And then there you should be like a joining code or a voting code or something like that. And the 8-digit number that you're going to put in is 2246 4775. Can we put that in the chat too? Awesome. Thank you. 2246 4775. So, you all at this point, can someone give me like a thumbs up so that we're all in? Okay. Lots of thumbs up. Can you give me a thumbs down if you're not in? Okay. Just a couple, maybe just 1 or 2 people. We'll give it just another moment. I already have people voting, so we've got a lot of people. And I apologize for the way this is. You're not going to be able to see, so I'm just going to tell you what the results are verbally. There was a question, I think, clear in the back. Oh, sure. 2246 4775. Okay, so looks like maybe all of our judges have left. There's about 5% attorneys, 18% HHS caseworkers and supervisors and administrators. Oh, you're all moving. 29% early childhood, just kidding, 30% early childhood intervention or home visiting. 12% child welfare service providers, and the 32% that I have consistently forgotten, which has usually been the CASAs, the foster parents, foster care review office. Anyone else that I've forgotten unintentionally? I named them all. Okay. How many years of experience have we been working with families? And again, all this information just helps me because on some of my slides, maybe I don't need to spend as much time as I need to. And that is just fine. Ooh, we got a lot of 20-plusers. Oh, you have no idea what that means because you can't see the results. 20+ years, that's what I meant. Okay, we are like right across the board. So about 17% 0 to 2, 17% 2 to 5 years, 18% 5 to 10, 13% 10 to 15, 12% 15 to 20, and 23% of you have been working with families for 20 or more years. Just kidding, it's moving. 24% of you. Okay, how familiar are you about your community's local resources? Do you know who they are? Are you making referrals? You know who they are, but you have no idea how to make referrals. Lots of people making referrals. So about 5% of you have no idea about who the community resources are in your area or where to refer families. 23% you know of resources, but don't know how to make a referral. And 71% of you are making referrals with families. So that's good to know as I get to that slide about community resources. Okay, so this one you can check more than one. And we're really talking about the multidisciplinary teams that you have heard of. So what I have learned through being on this tour the last couple of weeks is that in some communities, the Through the Eyes of the Child meetings are also the same people at the 1184 meetings. So some of those more rural areas, those are kind of joint because it's the same players already just meeting. And in other areas, those meetings are split up. So I have them together on this slide, but the planning region team, Amy Bunnell went through that this morning. And then the community well-being group. If you have no idea what the community prevention collaboration is in your area, on the packets in your red folder, if you go to page 18, there is a nice colorful map of our state, and you can find your county and then find which community collaborative your community well-being prevention. It's gone through a lot of names. Bring up Nebraska. You can find which group that is, and you may be going, oh yeah, I am a part of that group. In Lancaster County, it's Lancaster County Connections. If you're in Douglas County, it's Douglas County Community Connections. If you're in Sarpy County, it's Lift Up Sarpy. If you're in Dodge County, you're Fremont Family Coalition. I don't know who else we got in the room, but there may be some others. Okay, so a lot of you have heard, 35% of you have heard of Through the Eyes of a Child or 1184. 18% of planning region teams. That should be 100. Amy Bunnell went through it this morning. You've all heard of planning region teams. 19% the community well-being groups. 10% haven't heard of any. Oh, that's funny. People just started voting and it went up a little bit more. And then 18% says others. So what are other community multidisciplinary teams that are maybe not included? I do not want to talk through this whole thing, so please engage. No? Okay. That's fine. You'll get another opportunity for another slide. So these are now, check all the ones. The last slide was about what you've heard of. This one is about which are the teams that you're actually participating in. Okay. So about 36% of you are participating in your Through the Eyes of a Child or 1184 teams. 17% are in your planning region teams, 12% in the community collaboratives, 10% others, and a quarter of you haven't participated in any. So this will be great. You guys can learn more about the opportunities that you guys can engage in their communities with. Okay, and this one is just for fun because I like to know the personalities of everybody who's in the group. So if you could talk about whether you'd rather wear bell-bottom pants or baggy cargo pants for the rest of your life, that would be really helpful information. It's 2246. 4775. What do you guys think? I mean, you guys can't see the results. I can see the results, but you guys can't. Cargo? You're right. It is cargo by 52% and 48% of you, 49% of you went bell bottoms. Okay. That was just because I like to know who's in the room. So, there's that. Okay. So today for the next hour, thank you so much for engaging with that because that will help me as I am going through my slides and where I need to spend more time. For the next hour or a little less, we're just going to talk a little bit about child removal. We'll highlight some of the same statistics, but who's getting removed, what that looks like, what that feels like from the child's perspective. And then also talking about supporting parents. And you'll hear a lot of the same information that you heard already about brain science, about early childhood resources. And then we're going to spend a little time talking about those community multidisciplinary teams as well. My hope by the end of this next hour that you're going to be able to leave with some really practical tips about how to engage with families as well as connect with your multidisciplinary teams and have maybe a little bit better of an understanding on how those community multidisciplinary teams can help support the families that are being served within our various systems. So this is the AFGAR's data that is for 2021, the 2022 data will be coming out this fall. And it has the national numbers on top, and then the Nebraska numbers are on the bottom. And this probably isn't no surprise to anybody. The highest percentage, both nationally and in our state, are those infants that are 12 months or less. And that makes sense. They're the most vulnerable population. We're going to think about how we are engaging in the ability of the child to be able to care for themselves at the age of 16 years, way differently than we're going to be thinking about a 16-day-old. The circumstances associated with those removals, the national numbers are on the left, Nebraska's numbers are on the right. The top two, both nationally and in Nebraska, are neglect and parental drug abuse. And then it's a whole scattering throughout. The percentages on the screen are adding up above 100%. And that is not just because I'm bad at math. That is because when the data is entered on NFocus, there can be more than one option that is selected. And so those numbers are going to be above 100%. So I just want to make sure everybody is not like adding up numbers and going, these don't make any sense. So I just want to take a moment and kind of sit in the heaviness of the fact that removing a child from a family is a really hard decision. Judges are taking first, second, sometimes third-hand information and having to make a really hard decision that is going to impact a family for the rest of their life. Could be negative, could be positive, but it's going to impact their life. And that's a really heavy decision. And everybody who's a part of that system and bringing the information, bringing the evidence, it's a hard job. And so I just want to thank everybody that is in this room that's a part of that process, because it's hard. And so this presentation is not meant to be a criticism by any means. It is actually a thank you for your service, and hopefully that there'll be a few more tools, a few more connections of people that can be contacted as you're working, and to have some more tools in your toolbox. There is research that conflicts on whether it is best to live in foster care with strangers or live with a high-risk environment with the attachment. And so I am not going to talk about should we remove or shouldn't we remove, because that is very a case-by-case situation. What we are going to talk about is that one thing that we know is that when we support parents, we are supporting the children that are part of their family. And so, right. And that's the whole point of reasonable efforts. We just had a great presentation from Judge Johnson on that. So we're not going to, I'll let you leave with that. Research shows that there is a correlation between mothers who have a strong support system and secure attachments with their young children. When I was putting this presentation together, I came across this video, which I have learned from a couple of caseworkers actually yesterday, that it is part of the DHHS training. So I apologize for any repeat information for anyone who's already seen it, but it's a really great, it's about 5 minutes long. And this really brave young woman talks about her experience in being removed and what it was like to live in foster care as a young child in the state of Kansas. And so we're just going to watch it. And then she ends the video with some really great questions. And I thought she just did a really great job. So we're going to watch that and then we'll talk about it. Maybe. We're thinking about watching it. Oh, got to the end. There we go.
From place to place and being sent to a whole new different city and a whole new different family and people that you've never met before. It's a really confusing experience. You just feel torn away from your community. It's like just imagine that you were going to work one day. It's just a normal day and you're on your way to work and everything is as it's supposed to be and you water your dog and you drink your coffee and you tell your kids goodbye and you go to work and then the police show up at your job and they say, okay, we're moving you to a totally different city and you don't know anybody and you can't call your family and you can't call any of your friends and you can leave your phone here and you can't take any of your stuff with you. We'll figure that out later. And they just pick you up and they transport you to a totally different place. And then they tell you just wait in this room for a little while because we're going to figure things out. And then they come and bring you a little sack lunch in. And it's, oh, just a few more hours and we're going to figure this out. And it's here, play with this little toy, get this little ring on it. And then they send you to these really well-meaning people who, but you have no idea who they are. And their house smells different, and maybe they have a dog, and they have hardwood floors. You've only ever had carpet. Like everything about the experience that they want to do. And all you want is to be able to contact the people that you have a bond with. It's a very disrupting experience. And in a lot of ways, it's a traumatic experience. Because all of these things are unexpected, and suddenly everything in your world that you felt was safe and secure and concrete is not. And having those ideas shattered is really difficult, especially as a child, because you need that security. You need to know that here's my bed, I can come home to it, and this is where it's going to be, and that's going to be okay. Or here's my mom, and no matter what, she's going to be there for me, and I can just call her, and she'll show up, and that's going to be okay. When you can't believe that anymore, it starts to make you question, well, what can you believe? Who can you trust? What is a for sure thing? You begin to stop valuing certain things. You stop valuing relationships because they're not concrete and they're not going to be there forever. And you stop investing yourself in certain things. And all of a sudden, stability isn't really important to you. Having goals isn't important to you. You were concerned with where are you going to sleep tonight? Are you going to be safe? Who are these people? Doing a simple thing like taking a shower in a stranger's home is a very disconcerting experience. So the more that you get moved around, the more trauma that you endure in that. Every single move is a traumatic experience. So you can see the consequences later on. And really you can see the consequences pretty early on. As a child who's in foster care, I exhibited signs of not being able to trust other people, of not wanting to connect. I had some really antisocial behavior. I also had a deep dislike for government agencies, for the police, for social workers. Like I did not believe that they were on my team because when I'm telling you that this is what I need, and you're just not listening, and you're saying, well, this is what we feel you need. I can't trust you any longer. As a child, you do not have the capacity to forward think, and that you are not able to. And then scientifically, your brain isn't even wired to do that yet. And so the decisions that you're making are pure emotional. When you're dealing with a traumatic situation, and when the people around you don't have the tools to help you deal with that, the decisions that you're making are pure instinctive. And so I just know that if I have this incredible amount of sadness, this incredible amount of fear, and I don't know what to do with it, well, maybe I should just run away. Maybe I should do drugs. Maybe I should get in fights. Maybe I should cuss out my foster parents. There's all kinds of different things that happen. None of those things were planned. All of those things were unintended consequences because I didn't know how to deal with the original emotions that I was facing. And so I really just want people to understand that these kids just need help. I don't understand how there's so much funding for foster care benefits, for adoption benefits, for emergency shelters. There's so much funding for that, but there's no funding for family preservation. And had my mom just had a little bit of help, had she had enough money to buy her own vehicle, had she had enough money to relocate herself from an abusive situation, had she not had to depend on me in the first place for any kind of financial stability, I don't believe that she would have made some of the decisions that she would have made. I don't believe that she would have struggled as a mother. My mom is a good mom. She just had some hardships and she had nobody to help her. And so I don't understand how there's so much funding to take us away, but there's no funding to keep us there.
Okay, So that's a really hard video to watch. But I think she does such a great job of just being really vulnerable and honest about her experience. Any takeaways or thoughts that stuck out from people as you watched it? Any images or phrases that she said that stuck out? One of the things, there was two things that stuck out to me. One was her experience, just describing taking a shower in a stranger's home. Like that to me was like, I had not thought about that, but yes, that would be, I remember the first time I took a shower, this might be too much information. I took a shower in my, they're now my in-laws, but my boyfriend's parents' house when I stayed at his house, because we had a long distance relationship the first time. And I was like, well, this is kind of weird. I hope his dad doesn't walk in. Like this was, and I thought, those are people that I kind of knew. And I thought to myself, wow, when she was describing that, I was like, wow, that would be really, really alien feeling. The other thing that that caught my attention when I watched this was the question of how much funding there is for out-of-home care rather than family preservation. And so as I started watching and I started thinking about that, I was like, okay, well, that was in Kansas and Nebraska were different. And so I started just doing some digging. And so the numbers that I'm going to show on here, I am not showing any scandalous information. I'm not showing anything that's not already public information. This is on the DHHS website. And the numbers on here are for the fiscal year of 23, which will end actually September of 30th of this year. So we're currently in this number, but each state has to report to their federal partners how much money they anticipate spending in the upcoming year with their 4E dollars, with their 4B dollars, with state general funds. And the numbers that are going to be up on here are going to be the projections. These are not actual expenditures, but they are based upon expenditures from previous years. So for crisis and their statewide numbers, so for crisis intervention, family preservation, it was projected that we will spend statewide just under $20 million. For family support, which is a huge service in our child welfare system that we refer a lot for, is just under 32 million. Family reunification services, 12 million, for a grand total of $63.5 million. And when I saw that, I was like, hey, Nebraska's doing good. Like I felt pretty good about it. And so then I decided to look at the out-of-home numbers. I was like, they can't be that much more. And then I started looking at the foster care payments, which was almost $48.5 million. Group care, almost $2 million. Adoption subsidy payments, $46.5 million. Guardianship assistance payments, $6.5 million, for a grand total of just over $103 million. And so if you look at the grand scheme of how much money are projected to spend in child welfare, we're only really spending just a little more than a third of our funding on preservation and just a little under 2/3 in our out-of-home pot. So that was a little humbling for me as I was putting this together, and I was like, oh, so maybe we do have a little areas. Maybe we're just the same as Kansas. So the next thing I want to talk about was, we're spending all this money, and sometimes you'll hear people say, well, the parents aren't engaging with me on our efforts. So I want to talk a little bit more about moving into our engagement with parents and talk about the neurosequential model, which Dr. Torquati actually talked about this morning: regulate, reason, and regulate, relate, and reason. And so this video is actually done by Dr. Bruce Perry. We're only going to watch about the first 3.5 minutes, and it's for educators, but the application is actually applicable for all people. It's not just for children. Ms. Dr. Torquati actually talked about it specifically for how children are learning, but I would argue that it also works with anybody. The person at the grocery store, your spouse, your family members. It really has universal application as you're engaging with people in every kind of area. So let's see here. Oh. He's seeing some really brilliant things right now. Yep, I really like my character really just wants to like say what he's saying for you, but it would not be accurate. Should I try it again? Okay. And as he's talking, he's going to say that this is for educators. So whatever realm you work in, whether it's home visiting, whether it's as an attorney, whether it's as a caseworker, just insert whatever your role is for educator. And when he talks about the classroom, talk about whatever environment you're in. I'm going to try it again, see if it works. Ah. Oh. Okay. Well, I am definitely not Dr. Bruce Perry, but Dr. Torquati actually talked a little bit about the neurosequential model this morning. And so the regulate piece is really just making sure that families, children, whoever you're working with, they have to first feel safe, right? They have to feel like they're not going to be immediately judged, that they can have a degree of regulation. And we talked a little bit about self-regulation earlier. That next step is that they have to feel related to. They have to know that we see them. We see that their struggles, we see their strengths, that they know that we care. There's a great quote that says, people don't care how much you know. They have to know that you care first. And so that understanding that they have to feel related to after they're regulated is that next step. And then the third step is really where you can get to that prefrontal cortex and are able to start reasoning with people and having those deeper conversations. And why it's called the neurosequential model is that you have to go through each of these steps on a regular basis to build that trust, to build that engagement. So unfortunately, you didn't hear Dr. Bruce Perry because he did it way better in describing it. But we are going to just talk briefly at our tables. And if you're online, reflect. Feel free to put maybe it in the chat. If you don't want to describe it in the chat, jot it down and think about it to yourself. But we're going to just talk about regulation, that first part of the neurosequential model. How do we make families, children or youth feel safe? And so that could be in the courtroom. That could be as a visitor in their house. That could be at the grocery store, wherever we're at with families or children. What are we doing to make them feel safe? And I'll give the example. My son, when he was 2, had speech services through the EDN. And I, would consider myself to be an adequate parent. But I was still so hyper vigilant in feeling like someone was intruding in my house when someone was coming for their first assessment, even though the services coordinator through EDN was like, she was fabulous. She was amazing. That first visit with her, I was so anxious about someone coming into my home that I cleaned it spotless, better than when my parents come to visit. Like I was like, this person is going to see a clean house. And just I was very anxious about someone coming into my house, but she was wonderful. The services coordinator walked in and immediately made me feel safe. You know, she walked in, she was like, oh, what a lovely home. She smiled. She was calm herself. And so there's a lot of things that sometimes we can do just to help regulate with just our presence and just a quick moment. And so I'm going to give you a couple of minutes now just to kind of talk about in whatever realm that is for you, whether it's home visiting, casework, in the courtroom, how are we making families feel safe? So go ahead and take a couple minutes. Okay, so the next section, thank you for engaging me in the discussion. So the next section that we're going to talk about is the relate piece. And this is how we're showing families that we care, that we see, that we care about their circumstances, and that we acknowledge the challenges that they have had to overcome to get to where they're at. One of the things that I love about this piece, this relatable piece, it's the relationship part that just makes everybody human. And so when we see families getting upset, do we go, gosh, I wish they wouldn't be upset? Or do we see it as, wow, yeah, I'm a parent, and if you try to take my child, I would absolutely be combative and probably also be screaming. And so just being able to see the humanness in their circumstances and understand kind of from their perspective, their shoes, where they are feeling. So that's the next discussion question in your tables. If you could just talk about a little bit more about how once we've got families regulated, how we make them feel related to. Go ahead. All right. And so then the next piece that we're going to talk about is the reason piece. And Dr. Bruce Perry gives in the video that you did not get to see, that he gives this great example of, so many times we are very quick to reason with people, and we haven't gone through the regulation and the relatable piece. And so we've all had those moments when we've been frustrated and someone says, I think you just need to calm down. And that does not usually work because it usually escalates things. And so just having that minimal degree of regulation and being relatable, and then being able to reason with someone, there's a lot more success in going through that process. So for this last question that you're going to take a couple of minutes to discuss is, how quick do we try to reason with families, children, and people that we're working with? Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move on. Once we've been through this process and we've gotten families engaged, from my experience, when we're being consistent with just this process, the families often feel safer with us a lot quicker, and that engagement process actually becomes a lot quicker and a lot easier. And then we're able to actually engage with them with some resources, and having that conversation that's a little deeper than the surface level. So what are the early childhood resources? You've heard some of them already. I am not going to go through EDN because you had a whole presentation about it this morning. But if you want to know about how to make a referral, just go to the EDN website, and there's a button that says make a referral. For parents interacting with infants or Pee-wee, is anybody, raise your hand if you know about Pee-wee? Janice Lee. You're the only person with another person over here. Okay. Are you a facilitator? Okay. Oh, there's two. Sorry, you're one right next to each other. Okay. So parents interacting with infants is it's a newer framework to Nebraska. And unfortunately, it was starting to pick up a little bit of speed just as 2020 hit. And unfortunately, this is not a framework that can be trained online. It really has to be in person because it is a play group setting. And it's hard to have a play group online with a facilitator being able to observe all the things. So it got put on hold for just a small amount of time, but those trainings to get more facilitators across the state are actually starting to pick up a little bit more now that things are going back to more in person. And so if you are interested in becoming a facilitator, you can go to either the Nebraska Children website or feel free to contact me. The training to become a facilitator is free. And it's just a really great modality. Like I said, it's for a play group type structure. I know in Dodge County, they were really trying to get it going for parents who have become parents for teenagers, teenagers with young babies. And it allows just some coaching in a play group setting for the parents to learn how to interact with their 0 to 2-year-olds. And the one thing that I really love about it the most is that if they have another child, let's say like a preschool age child, that preschool, you don't have to find childcare for the preschool. The preschooler is encouraged to also attend the play group so that the parent can be coached on how to help their preschooler interact with now their sibling as well. So it's a really great just kind of framework of being able to develop those healthy attachments and relationships. Circle of security. We talked a little bit about that. You've heard that a little bit. Circle of security's become pretty common across the state of Nebraska. We have facilitators literally from north to south to west to east. They're all over. Child-parent psychotherapy and parent-child interaction therapy. If you go to the nebraskababies.com website, they actually, under early childhood mental health services, you can actually go and look and find a trained clinician in your area of the state. And you might be surprised because there's actually quite a few clinicians trained, even in the rural areas. And so there's also out on the Nebraska Child Care Referral Network table out there, there is an early childhood mental health services brochure, and it actually goes through a quick guide of circle of security, child parent psychotherapy, and parent child interaction therapy, what they briefly are, where you can put in for a referral or find a clinician that is trained. And then they also have some additional information on where you can find more information on PWE. So if you haven't gone to the table, especially if you're a caseworker working with families and trying to make referrals, this is a great brochure to have. Home visiting, there's home visiting models across the state pretty widely. I know it's not in every county, but there's Healthy Families America, there's Sixpence, there's Early Head Start. There's quite a few in Nebraska. If you go to the Department of Health and Human Services public health website, you can actually, if you just go search home visiting, you can actually see a map of the different home visiting programs that are available in your county, and then who you can get a hold of to get connected. Head Start and Early Head Start. This is something that I just learned like 7 months ago during a webinar and kind of blew my mind. Head Start is there anyone from Head Start here? Okay. Well, Head Start partners, to be able to receive the federal funding, they have to put in their plan every year how they're going to identify and recruit homeless youth for their programs. Now, we can't force a family to participate in those early childhood programs, but my encouragement to you as you're working with families in your community would be find out who the contact is for Head Start in your local community, because my guess is that the families that are being recruited may be touching some of your systems, whether it be in early childhood or child welfare as well, for this population with Head Start. And it kind of blew my mind. And I was really sad that I didn't know about this before when I was a caseworker. WIC, I think most people know about WIC, and then the Child Care Referral Network. If you haven't heard about the Child Care Referral Network, it was a website that was developed in April of 2020 when people could not find childcare all of a sudden. And childcare also was trying to let people know that they had openings available, especially for those critical workers. And so it is a nightly download from the DHHS licensing roster for our licensed childcare providers. And so when a new provider pops up on the roster, the new provider pops up on the map on the website. And it's the same when a childcare closes, they are taken off that map within the 24 hours. So about 70% of the providers, all 100% of the providers are on the map. But it may say, call for more details. About 70% of the providers are actually registered and have made a profile and have indicated what their capacity is, what their hours of operation are, if they provide transportation, if they have staff that speak Spanish, if they accept childcare subsidies. So there's a lot of really great features. And parents or caseworkers, you can actually look and say, hey, here's the house of where this child lives, and I want to find a childcare within a 2-mile radius. And you can look and see who are the childcare providers within that radius. So it's a great resource. And also, if you haven't grabbed a purple pencil that turns pink with body heat, you should go, because I have a whole box of them at home or at my office. Okay, so this next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about community multidisciplinary teams. And so the reason why I wanted to include this is because, especially in the rural communities, there's a struggle with, once we get these early childhood resources in our community, sometimes we're not able to sustain them, and there's a struggle. And so I have no research behind this. It's just like my theory of optimal life, is that the community multidisciplinary teams really can be a huge resource for the infrastructure for these services to sustain in the communities. So we're talking a little bit more on a macro level than like a child family specific scenario. The Through the Eyes of the Child teams are really in the 1184 teams. The 1184 teams are there to coordinate and monitor treatment for the families where child abuse and neglect cases have been found. And Through the Eyes of the Child, they all look a little different in each of their areas and have different goals. But the goal of them is also just to increase that communication piece. So there's a lot of professionals coming to the table already to talk about what are the things that we can do best for the families that are involved with child welfare. The planning region teams, those are teams that, again, Amy Bunnell went through this morning. Again, made up lots of different professionals and are responsible for assisting in the planning and implementation of the IDEA Act. And it allows, again, for there to be gaps and barriers and analysis to be done about what services would be best for those 0 to 5-year-olds in the community. Are we seeing a trend a little bit? Multidisciplinary, lots of people coming together in the community, talking about gaps and strengths for families. The other multidisciplinary team are these community well-being collaboratives, Bring Up Nebraska, with all their different community names that are on page 18 of your packet. And really the whole goal behind these community prevention collaboratives is that their goal is to give families what they need to thrive so they can stay together, remain self-sufficient, and support the health and learning of the children in their community. So I wanted to make sure everybody was well aware of these, and that these are multidisciplinary teams. You don't have to be a 0 to 5 provider to be a part of the planning region team. Amy Bunnell earlier had invited everybody to be a part of the planning region team really in your community to really help inform on that gaps analysis. And I would say the same goes for the community well-being groups, so that they want as many people in the community to be there as possible to help inform on what is going to be best for families. So I know we have multiple communities here. This is, I'm not quite sure all the communities that we have represented, but I know there's a lot. So that means there should be a lot of different people participating. I don't know the answers to all these questions. I'm just trying to help see if there's a way that we can connect the dots with these different multidisciplinary teams to help sustain different services within our communities. So, which of the multidisciplinary teams, the community well-being, planning region team, and through the eyes of the child, which of those are referring families to services? And this is a large group discussion. Feel free just to shout it out. None of them are referring families. Some of you said you sat on them, so. Community collaboratives, thank you. Yes, community collaboratives are referring families. Oh, from the chat, thank you, chat. Oh, there are 82 comments in the chat. Holy cow. So there, yes, the community collaboratives are referring families for services. What about planning region team? Are they anyone on a planning region team? There's only 13% of you. No, no, okay. What about through the eyes of the child? Are there any services that are being referred? Not sure. Okay, we'll go into the next one. Which of the teams have budgets to work with families or pay for specific families to access services? Which would you just say? The collaboratives, the community collaboratives definitely do. They definitely have money for especially those families who are not involved with the systems to really access and pay for families to have services. What about the planning region team? Do they have a budget? I see it. I heard a no, and I saw a head nodding yes. There's no wrong answer. I don't know the answer to these questions. Every region's different. So one region could be yes, and one region could be no. What about through the eyes of the child? Do they have a budget to pay for specific families? And that is a hard no. Thanks, Mary Pat. Okay, so which multidisciplinary teams have budgets to train? This says local clinicians, but I would even say just like local service providers, professionals, in evidence-based practices. Through the eyes of the child has money to pay for trainings for service providers. What about the planning region teams? Yes, I see a big. Okay, so they also have money to pay for some trainings for like parent partners and other service providers. What about the community well-being groups? Yes, awesome. So we could actually maybe like talk to one another and have like some trainings that maybe would complement one another or find a way that would be helpful to bring maybe similar trainings together. How are the multidisciplinary teams informed about what evidence-based practices in the community is needing? Like once they've done their gaps analysis, how are they informed about what exists and what doesn't? How about through the eyes of the child as they are thinking about what their goal is for planning? How are they informed? How do they know about what exists and what doesn't? Or what would be helpful? Okay. Awesome. So the people in the group should know who to ask if they are not the person who has the answer of information. Okay. By collaborating. This one is kind of like similar to the last question about how do they know what exists within the community? Okay, that timer went off and I think it was for me to know that my time is up. So, all right. Reflect on your own time about this and make your own takeaways. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or like, hey, there's some resources that you talked about that were really interesting that I want to know more about, feel free to email me. I'd be happy to share any of those resources. So thanks.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, we are going to take a quick break, about 10, 15 minutes. What time is it right now? 2:31. Okay, so we'll come back at 2:44 for the next presentation. Ready now? All right, everybody, go ahead and find a seat. I'm going to move over here now. All right, we've got one more case scenario to take a look at. And then we have our last presentation, which is a panel. So I've moved over here now because our camera is now over here. Okay, so we'll take 10 minutes or so to look at that case scenario. And then right after case scenario 3 is also a place for takeaways and action planning. So you can flip to that page as well. Think about some things you've learned today that you want to put into practice at your job tomorrow. Or even, I was just talking over here, maybe in your parenting, right? You learned some things from Dr. Torquati that you could put into your personal life as well. Yeah, and just jot down some takeaways. All right, 10 minutes. So at 55, we'll come back. All right, everyone. I'm curious to hear what some of your takeaways were from today. Does anyone have anything good they'd like to share? It doesn't have to be good. It could be medium. Yes, that regulate, relate, reason. Right. Don't start with the reasoning, especially not with a teenager. Yeah, judges need good information to make good decisions. They can only make decisions based on what info they have. Yeah. Anything else right now? Mm-hmm. The video of the girl talking about her experience in foster care. Yeah. All right. Well, I will introduce Jennifer Monroe, who was instrumental in putting this panel together. And then they will come up and introduce themselves. It's the end of the day. My mouth is like not working anymore. All right. So Jennifer Monroe began working with Nebraska Children and Families in 2021 as the Youth and Parent Partnership Coordinator. She has personal experience in the Nebraska foster care system from the mid to late 90s. She completed her bachelor's degree at Chadron State College and has experience working in emergency community response, traditional community response, and child protection. So please welcome Jen Monroe.
Thank you, Amy. We are happy to be here. This is the first time out of the 4 events that I get to sit down. So I'm pretty excited. In the uncomfortable chair, as Todd just pointed out. They get the cozy ones. I'm okay with it. If I get comfortable, then who knows what I'll say. Okay. So basically, we just want to start by thanking you all for having us here today. We are honored to be invited to share some of our own ideas and recommendations about what families experience when court systems become involved in what is traditionally considered the most sacred of relationships, that between parents and their children. As I'm sure everyone here knows, our legal system and its representatives have a major impact on every family that it comes in contact with. We hope that some of the information and ideas shared here today will have a similar impact on each of you, so that together we can create positive change in how our court representatives see families, interact with families, and foster positive outcomes for our Nebraska families. He left already, but I wanted to give a thank you to Judge Johnson for showing us what humanity can look like in a courtroom. I think I can tell you from numerous conversations I've had with people who've been through the court system that that's pretty rare to feel humanized in a courtroom. And so some of the things we'll share today are in relation to that. And I do want all of our lived experience experts to introduce themselves, but before I do, I just want to kind of give them a warm welcome. Coming here today is, it's a vulnerable space to be in, to share personal information of things that you've lived through. And so I just want to give them a round of applause for being here. We are more than happy to take questions throughout. We would like this to be a little bit informal as you come up with questions while we're talking. And so Mary Pat, I think, is here somewhere and said that she'd keep her eye out and have the microphone. She gave up her mic. Oh, okay. Well, you're going to have to be really loud when you ask questions. And so please feel free to raise your hand and we'll try to get to you if you have questions along the way. I just want to make sure to remind you that there are some personal things. And as we share them, I too, as you heard when she introduced me, was in the foster care system. And so I'll speak to my experience a little bit here too, but it is a very vulnerable space to be in. So just be cautious with how you ask questions and what you're asking them to share. So do you want to introduce yourself, Todd?
Sure. My name is Todd Smickley. I live here in Lincoln, Nebraska. And as my lived experience areas include being a foster parent. We have 2 biological children and 5 adopted foster kids, and we had some other foster children that lived with us for a while. Personally, I was raised in a family that wasn't my biological family. I was never in foster care though, so I had a pretty stable environment growing up in that sense. But there's still stuff that comes with that. Also, I had several years where I worked at a homeless shelter, ran a family shelter and a men's shelter. And so I worked with a lot of families that were going through court cases and systems. And so got to know a lot even more about it there on the family side, trying to advocate for the families and stuff like that. And I think we spent the last 15 years doing community intervention, living in a community house and opening some apartments that we had available there for families and individuals and stuff that are just trying to get their lives in order, I guess. And that's where I guess where my lived experience coming from some disorder and moving towards that. But these guys are the
real MVPs,
real great ones.
Hi, my name is Morgan. I live in Omaha. I grew up in Topeka, Kansas. My sister and I were born with NAS, and we went into foster care as infants. We were adopted at age 3 and then later went back into foster care as teenagers. And I also had my own child taken from me last year by DHHS. I was charged with felony possession. I did weeks in jail, and I was on the brink of losing everything, my house, my job. This year in June, my charge was completely dropped. And last month on the 13th, I got sole physical and legal custody of my daughter back. And my CPS case is closed.
Ijaja Rachel Parker, Latita Uda. My name is Rachel Parker, and it's good that you're all here. I am an enrolled member of the Omaha tribe. I have Winnebago tribe descendancy and Cajun descent from Louisiana. I am a recovering alcoholic and addict. I am a survivor of DV. My lived experience entails having my children removed due to my alcoholism and my addiction. 2 of them were removed and placed into Nebraska State Care. The other 3, I lost their grandmother has permanent guardianship of them currently. In my case, the state case was open and closed in 6 months. I did the work. I was on probation and I discharged my probation 6 months early because I did the work. Current permanency goal for me with my children in the guardianship piece is they're enrolled members of the Meskwaki tribe, Sac and Fox tribe in Iowa. Therefore, the tribe has jurisdiction over my children because they are enrolled members. I've been sober 4 months. I am doing the work that you are all doing now. On the other end of this, I work for a nonprofit out of Bellevue, Nebraska, who provides family support services and visitation services to clients that have active DHHS cases. So in terms of where I'm at with the 3 children that I'm trying to get back home, the barriers I have that have fallen in front of me are, 1, no lawyer in the state of Nebraska wants to take my case because then they have to learn tribal and federal law. 2, they're in a small community. So when I reach out to lawyers in the area to assist me, because my ex has an extensive criminal history, because his family does, it's a conflict of interest. So I am in the gray area, right? I am, I'm doing this work. I'm a mandatory reporter, which I have actually reported on my ex, from things that have occurred recently, but no one will help me. So what do I do? That's where I'm at in terms of my permanency goal with those children, with my 3 children in Iowa. Let's see here. Hold on. I got notes. Sorry. So like I said, I currently do the work. I lost my train of thought. That's what I got. Thank you.
Real quick, Morgan, before you hand that back, I kind of want Morgan to share a little bit about how you're connected to Rachel.
Okay, so from what I was going to say, like one of the things that really helped me succeed with my case, I was really determined to get my baby back. She is everything to me. And I just really tried to hit the ground running and like get into every program possible. And I was given a family support worker she's actually my family. She was my family support worker. And she just helped me with everything, like things that I wasn't given, information that if I had things that I had to get done, I wasn't given any information on how to get them done. And she was there for me to just give me resources. And even with getting out of jail, my house, I was behind on rent because I'd been gone and I lost my job. And so she hooked me up with Match and they paid my rent for several months. And I just really got on my feet. And she's been my cheerleader the entire way. I could call her I probably called her too much. I did, but anytime I had a problem, even remember that one time I had a UA and the lady came and she came I think an hour early, or it was 45 minutes early. And we argued about what time she said she'd be there. And I had just taken a shower and I couldn't go. And so I called her because I was so afraid I'm going to have a failed UA because I couldn't go. And she showed up that day to UA me so I could get it in. So yeah, she's really there for me. So anyways.
I love that piece of this connection because when we talk in a lot of spaces like this, when we talk about lived experience and peer-to-peer support and things like that, it really does make a difference in the connection between people when you understand truly what that person is going through, as opposed to being the person who says, well, these are the policies. When you have a connection like this, you can say, I know what the policies say, but emotionally, I'm here in these ways. And it makes a very big difference in the success. So
I just want to add to that I feel like my lived experience is what really prepared me to do this job. And I feel like that's why I'm so effective. I feel like when my clients find out that I have these lived experience, at the same as them, it's easier for them to open up. I will say as a service provider, I always say we're in the trenches. We're the ones closest to the client. We're the ones that see the client on a daily basis, if not at least 2 to 3 times a week, depending on the service. The clients, meaning the parents and the children. So we get the gamut of everything, the emotions, the highs, the lows, all of it. But I feel like, having that lived experience, it just better prepares me to support them in any way that they need at the time. So.
Thank you. And I just want to add to that also, like with my worker, my DHHS worker, I always kind of felt like she kind of looked down on me and I was beneath her. And working with Rachel, knowing she told me, she had these experiences and she never made me feel ashamed, where I felt ashamed with my worker. And it was just so much more of a comfort to relate to her and her relating to me. So I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a really valuable part of success is feeling comfortable and capable.
Yeah, and I'm going to jump on that too.
One of these days I'll ask a question.
We'll let her get to maybe not.
Maybe not.
Well, just seeing the connection here, that's the one thing I want to reiterate. I've got 20 years sober. I'm recovering alcoholic, a little over that. And that just with that life experience before that time has helped me connect, speak the language, just be have something in common with the people that we're helping to serve. And that helps build that trust and everything. That I know one thing, building trust with your clients and stuff is so hard because you guys are the enemy, right? The judge is the enemy. You're the enemy. As a foster parent, and in a sense, I'm kind of the enemy too. Even talking with some of the foster kids, they would blame me for being part of the problem, part of the person who took them away from their parents. And that causes them so much trauma. So, one thing when we're talking about encouraging things and what can we do is help raise up lived experience people, help build your trust with them and have them be that bridge between you and your client so that they can help build trust and build relationship with you guys. Because we know all you caseworkers, I know your hearts. I worked with caseworkers as a foster parent and I try to convince and time again, the families that I was working with, they're here to advocate for you. They really do want you to get your kids back. They really do want this stuff. So having those people to be that intermediary is something really cool.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And I am in a unique space similar to Rachel, where I was in the system and then I worked for child protection for a short time. And so seeing it from both sides, I can say that in comparison to some of my coworkers, if I went into a home and I was able to share that I too was in the system, it changes everything about the relationship. And I heard an example once. Somebody said that you might see somebody randomly walking down the street, you have no connection with them whatsoever. But if you happen to I think the example was, you might be wearing a Yankees hat and they're wearing a Yankees hat, but you're in New York and you pass each other on the street, you don't think anything. But if you're in London and you see somebody and you're wearing a Yankees hat and they're wearing it, now you're best friends. And so it really does make a difference in the capacity to connect with somebody that you think shares similar values, morals, and experience. So to get to our first question, and to give you a little background, as we were meeting together, there were several more people that helped go around to the different spaces across last week and this week across the state. And so we met together and we said, okay, what do we want to share? And so there's a ton of information here. We gathered all of our thoughts and then we designed questions to allow for them to share their thoughts. So how we're going to do this is they will all share their perspective to each question. And then whatever we missed that some of the other people shared, I'll make sure to share that with you here so you get all the information. So the first question we have is, what do you consider to be the most important aspect of the court system that needs our full attention in order to help families thrive in their communities, even during court involvement?
And one of the first things we have listed here is trauma-informed training. And not just trauma informed training as a foster parent and just a parent myself. So much of the information we've learned here about how the brain works, how the first years of life are so valuable. Making some of that mandatory for parents, especially foster parents. I could have been such a better foster parent if we were required to do so much more training, and having the kids involved in the right kind of counseling and stuff like that, and having it better, easier assessed. It's just such a struggle for the kids. And if they're not able to understand their own feelings and have access to that type of care, mental health care, whatever care, just making that mandatory would be so much more valuable for the kids. I'm having trouble with those words.
So I would say the alternative response, not having finding alternative, solutions, to instead of just going straight to, removing a child. Or even for me, what I thought was would have been beneficial for me and my child would have been the kinship, like putting her with family instead of, she went with a friend of mine, but it was like out of my desperation because they refused to place her with my family. And there was like never a reason given as to why. They were never like interviewed or, they didn't, it was just a no from jump. So I think I feel like it created a lot of trauma. My baby was so little. So even though who she went with was a friend of mine, she barely knew her. And even today, like if we go visit, she cries, like we hit the corner and she's like, no, no, mommy. And I have to tell her, I'm not going to leave you. I'm not leaving you. We're just going to go say hi. And it takes her a long time to kind of calm down and realize like, I'm not leaving her. So I feel like it would have, I'm kind of getting off topic, but I feel like it would have been better for her, because it was hard for her. She was so little. She was only 1.5 years. So, all right.
Something I think I want to discuss in terms of being a service provider is recently I was told by a caseworker that our visitation notes weren't really, what's the word? I don't want to say beneficial, but what is the word? Relevant. They weren't relevant because we are not licensed and licensed or trained to assess the behaviors of families. You put so much emphasis on therapists. I'm a mother. I feel like that's enough training for me because I'm viewing these families and I don't need a degree in therapy or be a therapist to know that this parent loves their children or that they're engaging appropriately, right? Because I'm a mother. We all have lived experience, right? We all do. We can say, you're not any less because you're not a recovering alcoholic. You're a human being, right? So look at it this way. This is the way I can equate this right now. Think about a situation in your life where you felt hurt, maybe traumatized, maybe, angry, right? And at that time, what was the one thing that you wanted at that time? Comfort, support, right? Someone to say it's going to be okay, a hug, acknowledgement. That is lived experience. That is human beings. We are human beings. So I'm not any less of a provider because I don't have that title in front of me. I'm a mother. By the way, I do have a bachelor's in psychology, but I'm not a therapist. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, uplifting and elevating that lived experience piece in terms with the service providers. And another recent experience, one of my coworkers, two of them actually went to bat for a client during a family team meeting. It became a big thing because they were they were supporting something that was occurring within the family and advocating for them. They were told they're going too hard for the family. Who's going to do it then? Right? I'm not ever going to let anybody tell me that I'm doing too much because I have passion. we all have, if you do something that you love, it's not a job, right? So that's just kind of my experience. Something I want to emphasize is just more respect and more acknowledgement for the people doing the frontline work, the people doing those jobs, the people being the connection between the caseworker or the foster care placements at times, the communication piece. So yeah, that's what I wanted to kind of talk about. You guys have anything else?
Thank you.
I got one more thing I wanted to talk about is coming from the perspective of a not just foster parent, but for the families as well, as far as that needs our full attention from the court systems. And these are listed down here. One thing is the lack of time that the court workers, the case workers have to spend with their cases being overloaded. Somehow, when we were first in foster care system, there was one of the agencies, and I wish I could remember what it was called, but it's been removed because of lack of funding. But our caseworker had 10 cases is all she worked. And she was able to spend a lot of time with us, with the family, with the kids. And in that case, I really felt like we all got what we needed. And the kids had a lot of needs that we were working with, and she always made sure we had the needs met. When there was changes in health or new diagnosis, she would fill out the paperwork to get the subsidy increase so we could get more services and get more help. And that was the last time that happened. Our cases from there, the foster care stuff went from this agency to that agency to that agency. Caseworkers had bigger caseloads. Guardian ad litems, they would only meet the kids at the court case. They did not know nothing about our kids. And in talking with them, they had so many cases, they didn't have time to make a personal interaction with them. And so somehow that needs to get attention. We have to have more workers, less turnover, more time focused on these kids, especially at these young ages, like they talk about that. And I'm going to, if you don't mind, these real-world solutions to family circumstances before removal, these alternative things so the kids at all costs can stay with their families. One of the hardest things that we've dealt with our kids is the trauma from removal from the families. No matter what the situation was, that bond with the family was so is just strong. And even in cases where the kids did not even know one of the biological parents, just psychologically, they have that bond to that biological parent. And it was traumatic through their whole life for that parent. So whatever programs that we can develop and put funding towards, because I know, like, as a foster parent, we get adoption subsidy, right? We get foster care payments. That cash goes directly to us to help support our family and support these kids. Most of the funding that goes to help families doesn't get a lot of resources to them to help change their life. And somehow, in all these situations, poverty is such a high indicator of why people struggle and why kids get into foster care. You'll look at that. They're all going to be in poverty. And not all, but most poverty is going to be. So how can we relieve those symptoms of those toxic stress environments that poverty causes for people and get more dollars in programs to help to lift those families?
No, I really appreciate that you brought those things. You're good. Got my own. So a lot of the things that Todd said, I think, are really valuable. For example, and I've used this example at the last 3 events that we've been at, is when we look at removal of a child, it's should always be safety is the reason, right? Poverty is not a reason for removal. Poverty has nothing to do with how you're treating your children. But poverty can cause such detriment to what's available to you resource-wise for whether you can care for your children. Running water. If there's no running water, anybody who works for CPS understands that that's an automatic removal. Well, why is that an automatic removal? When we look at how much it costs, let's just use this as an example. I have 3 children and they say, well, you don't have running water for your children. So we're going to put them with Todd. Todd's a foster parent. We're going to put them over here and we're going to give Todd X amount of money for emergency placement. We're going to give Todd Medicaid for all these 3 children now need Medicaid so that we can assess the status of these children health-wise, so that we know what the benchmark is for when they came into care, et cetera, et cetera. And Todd, you're probably going to qualify for food stamps now because you've got 3 more mouths to feed. And so all this funding is going into that removal when it may have cost $1,000 to give that family running water. Why don't we just give that family what they need? Yes, do you have a question? Interesting. When I was at CPS in South Dakota, that's an automatic removal. Really? That is interesting. I've used that example and nobody else in Nebraska has ever told me I am wrong. So interesting. Interesting. That's been an automatic removal in other situations that I've heard of. And to me, that never made any sense because it was causing and lack of food. Interesting concept. No, I've never heard that. Nobody has ever said that. I've been in a lot of different spaces with DHHS and nobody has said that that's not accurate. So thank you for that. I'm going to go double check too. Okay. So that being just a thing. So alternative response, because sometimes removals do happen with situations that are rectifiable with much less money than what it takes to do a full removal and traumatizing those children that are involved. Something else I wanted to share, the video that Stacy shared earlier with the girl from Kansas, there was just so much valuable information there for what that experience looks like for somebody who's being removed. And some of the notes that I kind of took here that I wanted to share is that it is really traumatizing to not know where you're going to live. I noticed that she said that she was put in a room and other people were going to go outside the room and figure out what to do with her. And I just feel that it is so incredibly valuable to include children in that decision. Even young children, if they can talk, they can tell you where they feel safe and why they feel safe there. And so including them in those decisions, I think is really valuable. And just an example, because I do know that stories are more effective, I think, than just talking at you. But here's a story that I had in South Dakota when I was in child protection. I had a young man who is, we'll just call him R. This was really not my funnest day. I went to work, I went home, I did dinner, I did all the things I needed to do, and I went to sleep. And 45 minutes later, my on-call phone rang, and I ended up spending 17 hours with R. I had to go back to work, get the car, do all the things. And I met him and I found out in that meeting that 1 month prior to my meeting him, his dad had died. And 1 month prior to that, his mother had died. And so his stepmom, who was supposed to be caring for him, who'd been caring for him for the last month after dad died, wanted to send him to Job Corps, even though he was doing perfectly fine in school. And through a lot of investigating, found out that what she wanted was to receive his Social Security benefits and send him away to Job Corps so she didn't have to deal with him. And so at this point, police have been involved. She said, I will not care for him. And so now I have to take custody because she's refusing to care for him. And so that was the situation with this particular person. And so through conversation, instead of calling all these different numbers on my sheet for foster homes that might take him in the middle of the night, I said, do you know anyone that would like to house you? Do you have any friends that their parents might be willing to do this and whatnot? And he knew no one. He had only lived in the area for about a year and he really didn't have a lot of friends. And luckily though, his basketball coach had said to him the week before, after finding out about his father dying and stuff, he said, if you need anything, I have a room in my basement. And so he randomly thought of that. And I said, okay, let's call the basketball coach. And I said, what's your coach's name? And he said, Coach Kelly, I think was his name. And I left out of the room and I was talking to the police officer. There had also been a physical altercation. The stepmom had scratched up the boy pretty bad. And so the police officer was trying to decide whether to press charges. And he said, well, I have to talk to so-and-so with the last name Kelly. And I was like, would she be related to Coach Kelly? And I think she was the state's attorney and she was Coach Kelly's wife. And so state's attorney and the coach kept that young man for over a year. They knew that he liked basketball. The basketball coach already knew that. So they said, we'll keep him through basketball season. And then they kept him a little longer. And then they kept him a little longer. And so it was really a phenomenal placement. But if I had just left the room, he would have ended up with strangers. I had to have that conversation with him to know, where does he feel like he will be comfortable? And so that was really, really valuable learning lesson for me as well. I knew that wherever you're comfortable is the best, but seeing how it played out. And then just recently, he ended up getting placed at the same foster home that his brother had been placed in prior to that. And so he moved to North Dakota, and I got an invitation to his graduation. We graduated high school, and the Kellys came from South Dakota to North Dakota to see its graduation too. So this child now has so many people in his life that love and care for him and keep up on him. And so all that because he was part of that decision. So I just think it's important that we think about that when we're making decisions. So I'm going to move on to the next question, unless anybody in the audience has a question yet. Okay. Question 2, what ideas do you have for helping families to feel like they are truly seen and heard by the courts and its representatives so that they don't feel like they're just another number on a court docket?
One thing that really made me think about this actually helped get my thoughts together from one of the presentations we have here. And I heard it, I got to see the video that didn't play where we didn't hear the one doctor talking. And he talked about regulating and relating and reasoning. And one of the judges and one of the other ones also talked about an experience he had when he was able to relate with one of the fathers that had PTSD from some wartime. And so one of the things to be truly seen and heard and to build trust with people is to make sure that we take time. I think one thing that I've experienced is so often, like when we're meeting with a parent or we're doing a casework or we're meeting with someone, we have to get from point A to point B, and we only have so much time to do it. And so making sure we find ways to relate with those people so they can be regulated, so they can build that trust with us so that we can get to that reasoning level to where we can solve the problems. Like with an addict or something, if you're not relating with somebody like that, if the parent's trouble is addiction and you don't build that rapport with them and that trust, you're probably never going to get to the bottom where they're going to want to make that life better. And so I think that's super important that we're patient. If we don't get the information, we don't get to the information that we need in a certain case, let's wait till the next time until we can build that relationship with the people that we're working with so that we can help them regulate so that they can get to that reasoning level and make proper decisions.
All right. And I went with the answers that we have, allowing parents and children opportunities to speak on their own behalf and creating the information sheets so families understand their rights in layman's terms, because some people don't know their rights and then they're afraid to ask. And, they don't get anywhere. And then I feel like it's great for children to be heard for what what they're going through and what they want, not just what is seen on the outside or, our adult perspective, but a child's perspective.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Morgan said in terms that, a lot of families aren't aware that they have the services available to them. And I feel like clients, the parents especially, should have the supportive services of a family support worker to overcome any barriers that they have. They don't know they have them. I can get one of those, so I think that would be really beneficial. It's my understanding that DHHS has a child advocacy board within their organization that is that supports, or that it is the grievance committee. So clients don't know that they can file a grievance against the state if they feel like, if something wasn't handled correctly. I can say in my own experience, working with the state, I did not have a horrible experience, but I have seen people have a very horrible experience. He says, trauma. I've seen cases where kids are reintroduced to trauma in foster care. by their foster parents. And, in my opinion, giving the abuser 25 years does not take that away from what they took from the family, right? The family's required to take the classes regarding sexual abuse. And the mom wasn't even the one, the kids weren't even in the home. How is that right? She was afraid to file agreements because of retaliation. She was not given accurate information. She still wants answers. And that's not right. I understand that the system is broken. I understand that all of us as service providers are overworked, unappreciated. Burnout is real, right? I'm sorry that you guys are going through that. It's my understanding, DHHS, I'm like, 12 cases, 15 cases, oh my God. When I know that some of these caseworkers have 40 cases and they're expected to make contact with that client every month. And that's not fair to the workers, because how can they be their best selves, their best version in that capacity to the clients if they're overworked, right? So it's there's layers here, you guys. We could sit here and say what didn't work, but I want to acknowledge the work that everybody in this room does, because it is important. And I also want to stress, self-care is real, boundaries are real. Put that phone down and put your family first. You have to have a balance in order to be the best version in that capacity that you're serving at that time.
Thank you, Rachel. Anyone have anything? Good. All right. So I just want to reiterate, because this was a really big topic when we met as a group, was making sure that families understand their rights in layman's terms. Because you go to a courtroom and a lot of people are saying a lot of legal things, and it's very confusing, especially when you are mentally in crisis mode, thinking about the best way to get your children back. How many of you can agree that if somebody took your children, you'd lose it? Yeah, I'd lose it. And so luckily for me, my son is 20 now, so nobody's taking him anywhere. But he, left me, went to college, he did the thing. Anyway, so that was one of the important ones. And then something that Judge Johnson shared earlier, he talked a little bit about how it's like dog years. When you're in care, when there's a child in care, it feels like it's forever. And for little children, I mean, how many of you have tried to tell a little child to wait 10 minutes for something? And they just that's like 7 years to them. And so that's a typical situation. And so when they're in care, it's very different. I had a different situation in child protection where I had to remove 2 girls. Their mom was being unjustly arrested. It ended up not holding, and she was released 3 days later. But that 3 days, all I heard was, is my mom still in jail? My mom's in jail, right? Is she going to stay in jail forever? Am I ever going to see her again? Every conversation. And that is the entire focus. And had it been up to me, those children would have never known mom went to jail, but it happened in front of them. And so there's not really much you can do about it at that point. And so it really is the sole focus is, where is my mom and when is she coming back? And so when we talk as caseworkers, or we talk about court dates, when you tell a child court's not for another 6 months, that's forever to them. And so just really thinking about the things that can be adjusted, can be changed, so that we're addressing these things faster to reduce the amount of trauma. The third and final question we have is, considering the efforts being made through Legislative Bill 1173, what suggestions do you have for the individuals who are working toward collaboration among the court system, legislation, and DHHS?
I feel like what we're doing right now is actually really good. Having real discussions about the damage created when resources are lacking for all types of families, whether biological, kinship, or foster care placements, and asking real families about cracks in the process and the system, which I feel like it's something that we're actually doing right now. So this could be really beneficial, hopefully. I want to say, I feel like collaboration with agencies to assist the families. I feel like if there's a lack of communication or not a clear cut form of communication, then that's where the confusion comes in.
having the discussions regarding when resources are lacking for all types of family, whether being it's biological, kinship, or foster care placements. I have seen for placements little to no resources or support in terms of kinship. My experiences, placements will say slow payments, and it's not about the payments because the amount, honey, is not a lot. I'm going to be honest. I asked this client what it is. They're doing it because they want to do it, but how they're bringing another child into their home, but as a kinship, they are not allowed food stamps or Medicaid. They get a set rate every month, but then the payments are slow. So, and what I'm seeing as well is people are being approved for foster care and they have barriers themselves. I've got a family where the placement is just got an apartment, doesn't have a car, finds rides to work, needs food, but she's waiting on the money for the placement and the placement's child. So it's two people that she's caring for, not preparing them adequately in terms of if they're single person home and don't have children of their own, a parenting class, resources for them because their mental health is as important as the children as well. So, those are some of the barriers that I have found doing this work that families are they're going through that. And with that being said, I understand there's a foster care crisis in the state of Nebraska, meaning it's very hard to find suitable placements. And it's very hard for them to maintain doing that because of the stress that it does put on the families. And we see it very much so in Omaha. I'm a North Side girl. I live on the North Side. I get all the North Side cases. So I get, all the toughies, but because I can relate and that's the neighborhood, I feel like I'm more effective in that regard. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying Rachel does those cases. So, but I feel like just giving them the support that they need, training, whatever it is that they reach out for. I think he can better talk about what it is as a foster care placement, what kind of barriers and what kind of challenges that he faces.
I just want to make one quick clarification first. We talked a little bit about kinship placements versus traditional foster care versus not being a state ward. So I think what we were sharing there is if the child is not made a state ward, but they're removed and they're somewhere else through a plethora of different types of circumstances, that's when we're really lacking resources. That family does not have any paperwork to say, I can get food stamps for this child, I can get Medicaid for this child, et cetera.
In my recent experience, this placement was a kinship placement. This child was a state ward, but the gray area was the child's child is not a state ward, but the child's child has high medical needs.
Oh, I see. They had a baby in there.
So the client, so and to go even deeper, the client is actually expecting again. So there's a lot of barriers there. The baby that's she has now has high medical needs, very high medical needs. So it kind of makes me kind of choke up a little bit talking about it, thinking about her. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're
human.
You really mentioned something like the needs, like what are the needs of that certain situation? And so often it's education. It's like trying to, get them the education that they need. By education, I mean learning about the stuff we learned today, and the resources that they need to not have that stress in their environment. And I think about like one situation that we're dealing with right now, as I have a couple of my kids that have been through foster care with us. They're new moms. They're having children now, and they're going to need some help. They don't want to have recidivism. They don't want to lose their kids to the foster system, but their lives, there's a chance. It's there, but for them to be able to trust the system in order to receive the benefits that could help them overcome the barriers that they have. It's a huge barrier to overcome. to be able for them to trust this person to say, I'm going to go through these classes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. That's the hardest thing. And I think of all these programs that a lot of people have, and they talk about, well, we have 2 or 3 people that are in this program and being successful in it. Well, why aren't all these other people that have these needs joining these programs and making this progress? And trust is a big part of that. And so I think that's where just finding ways to build trust and having those intermediaries. I think of a family support worker, like raising people up that can connect with people and be that bridge between the client that needs the resources and the people out here that can connect them to the services that they need and help make that connection is something that we need to strive for. I sit on some panels with the DHHS, with TANF, with people talking about LB 1173, where they're going to spend this money. And I have a lot of hope. Because there's so much talk about preventative services out there. And it's just, how do we connect all this stuff and get it to these resources, this education to the people they need? So finding ways to do that and connect people.
I just want to add that maintenance is also something that I think is lacking. Maintenance in terms of keeping services going for them. You have to, the way I look at it is people are stuck in survival mode, our clients, right? So you're going to have a court order stating they must find housing, they must find a job, they must maintain, the kids must be going to school. What if the client never has been unhoused most of their life? What if they've never had a job? You're going to say, okay, we'll get you in a house, or you find a place, and they do all of this and they establish. How are they going to maintain it if they never knew how? Right? I'm today years old and I'm finally taking a financial literacy class, so all these years and I'm not the most responsible still, I'm trying though, but those are things that are, every person, human being, active case or not, should have skills, right? So what are we doing for them in the long term? How are we providing those? I guess I'm curious. I think I know the answer, but does the state offer supportive services after a case is closed? Does anybody know? They can, but do they?
Is it respect-based?
It's up to the family if they want to engage. So they would do some case manage. So for instance, say a family's, reunified, and a month later, the client loses her job and she's like, I need help with rent, or I need, resources for this. And she reached out to the caseworker. The caseworker is going to do the footwork for her or give her the resources for that. I mean, I'm asking, I don't know. In terms of if they, Interesting. I never knew there was an alternative response. Thank you for that information. I appreciate that.
People should know.
But that's, again, even as a service provider, we didn't know that. We don't know those things.
While they're with CPS, they're getting involved with, like, where I work, the Healthy Families Home Visitation Program. People stay with them for 3 years, sometimes up to 5.
Wow.
So they have that. And I would support that, whether that's or not.
See, I'd like, do you have a card? I want to get a card from you after this, because I didn't know that either. But that's, some of the
all different, like the Lancaster County is located at the health department. And then there's others around the
That's what I mean. We're not privy to this information, so we don't know. And so, like, we run into barriers as family support workers. That's why I stress collaboration in all aspects. So where I'm at in Bellevue, for instance, we have an organization in Bellevue called Lift Up Sarpy. Has anybody heard of it? Okay, so Lift Up Sarpy does this great meeting every Monday where they have Zoom calls, and there's probably 20 people in that room, and they go through resources and events. And then what I love about that is at the end of the meeting, they say, okay, floor's open. Who's got cases that need help? So you've got 20 brains working with all of their knowledge on one case, because people will say, I need this, this, and this. I will tell you, resources are very limited for us right now in Omaha. And I know it's because it's an influx and there's so many factors that play into that. But, those are the barriers that we're seeing. I've got a client right now who is nearing the end of her case or progression, maybe, hitting more of those goals. She lost her job. She got a job, but now she's getting evicted, but it's a God thing. She got a housing close to where Omaha housing close to her job. Her barrier currently is because she just started this job. She doesn't have the money for the rent deposit. I reach out to the caseworker as a last resort, because mind you, we've been looking. And she says,
here's have a good rest of your day.
We're getting the inside information from someone's house.
And she says, I'm lost my train of thought again. I'm sorry. You guys, I apologize. That's DV. That's the short-term memory loss effects. So I apologize if I lose my train of thought. That's why I take notes. Reach out to the case manager. Thank you. The case manager says, we've assisted her prior with her car repairs. So we can't do that. But if the only barrier is a $700 deposit and she's hitting her goals and she's motivated and she's bouncing back, why is that a thing? Right? Because they want everybody to be sufficient, right? And that is a barrier for them. And we are providing this supportive service for the client, and we are getting nowhere. We are no funds, waiting list, all kinds of different things, no callbacks because there's an influx of calls to these agencies, right? So why aren't those things being provided for the family if it is merited, right? Case by case basis,
Well, and one of the things I think is important to note while there's this many people listening, is when we talk about the resources that are available, like you just shared, Healthy Families, great resource. Almost all the time you see grant money given for specific purposes, but a restriction is you cannot advertise. So who's finding out that this now exists? People like this in this room who are far less likely to need those resources than the people out there who can't hear about them because there's no advertising for it. And so for me, that's a struggle. So while there's this many people listening, advocate for, advertising. I did see a gal here that had her hand up.
Yeah, for me, I always tell my clients, like, if you need to for school, you can reach out to me. You can provide services to them.
And that's the thing. Okay. Collaboration. As someone within the state, providing a resource guide.
Yes. So this gal at the table said that working for the state, I'm trying to remember now, working for the state, there are times where she has told clients when the case is being dismissed that they can still reach out in the future. I am curious in regard though to that. Do you have a lot of success with that? Or do you find that they're a little bit hesitant to reach out to the people who could take their children again?
I guess, I do have people reach out back to me. It really depends on how we ended the relationship and how, they perceive me as a state worker as well. Right. But I have had people reach out to me and make them referrals to other community resources that they can work with, because like we said, if we don't have an open case, we can't provide direct services, but we can always connect them with the resources in the community that are open to people.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? All right. Well, we hope that this information was useful, helpful, and we hope that you don't just absorb it into your mind, but that you take it and share with others that, asking people with lived experience what the cracks are, asking them where the missing pieces are, is really the only way we're going to find the right solutions, because they're the ones that can tell you what the barriers were as they were going through it. So thank you so much for having us. And thank you to all the lived experience individuals who came and shared their stories.
Thank you everyone for coming. I really appreciate that everyone
showed up and stayed and listened to our lived experience panel. And it's just so great to see everyone. So please do fill out the survey that's in your email. That will help us with this conference as we move forward. This hopefully will not be the last Project Embrace, and you'll see it again. So give us some feedback so we can improve this lecture series. And anything else? Did I get everything? Have a great day.